Hi, everyone. John Doring here, and this is the X. It's NMRAx, the place where model railroaders, railroad modelers, and all of us who are crazy about trains come for ideas and insights and inspirations. So remember and tell people you heard it here on the X. Our next clinician enjoys model railroading, especially for its technology. His home layout is the freelanced HO scale Baden, Vought, and Desmet in DCC. He's given some previous NMRAx clinics that included those on Arduino animations and 3D printing. And today he's going to show us how he creates custom decals for the BVD and how we can all learn how to do that ourselves. So from the Gateway Division in St. Louis, Missouri, give a big welcome here, Dave Ackman.
Thank you, John. I hope we're going to have a real good clinic this next 45 minutes. And I'm going to start it off with sharing a very brief slideshow. So we're going to open up PowerPoint. There we go. And I wanted to make it a little bit smaller, but that's where we are right now. So I've been retired since 2008. I had a degree in mechanical engineering, but I wasn't very good at it, and I knew it. So I got into computer science, and that's where I spent my entire career. So programming and that type of thing are pretty easy for me. And I also sing and I play with woodworking. The Baden, Vogt, and Desmet, as John said, is an HO scale. I'm into DCC. It's very freelance. I just like to watch trains run around in circles, although I do have a little bit of switching, and it's loosely modeled after the UP. T-shaped, about 250 square feet in my basement. And I have 2 lift gates because I don't crawl under anything anymore. 3 continuous loops. It survived a move from one house to another, and it's about 35 years old. If you write down anything in this presentation, this is it. This is my website.
Hey, Dave, sorry to interrupt. It looks like maybe your screen isn't sharing. You want to try that just one more time?
All right, let's try that.
Now we're getting it.
Now we got it. Okay. Well, this is the first slide you really ought to see. DAACKM.github.io. This is my website, and it's got a whole bunch of backup information for you. It's got the handout. It's got some links to some other things about making decals that I don't cover in this clinic. So if you would write this down as your website, that's going to be your key to finding out more information after all this is said and done. So after that, I'm going to stop sharing this screen. And I think we're ready to roll tape. Welcome to this clinic on creating custom decals for model railroading. In the next 45 minutes, you will learn how to transform your model railroad into a more distinctive and memorable creation, like no other on the planet, by creating custom decals. This clinic is going to cover 3 main topics: how to print custom decals, how to design them, and techniques for mounting them on support structures. There will be a bit on how they are applied, and we will show dozens of samples. We will not be presenting anything on custom dry transfers, as that does not appear to be a process readily available to the home or club modeler. While some of the processes are applicable to images printed on copy paper or cardstock, this too will not be covered in any detail in this clinic. So, what is a custom decal? For the purposes of this clinic, I define a custom decal as a unique image, not otherwise available commercially, applied to a vehicle or structure of a model railroad by a wet transfer method. We benefit from custom decals because they help define the time and place of our layout and let us mark things like trucks, buildings, and signs in ways that reflect the identity of things as they are today, or reflect the way they were in bygone memories, and do so even if we cannot find such signage from any model shop or catalog. Why decals anyway? Can't we just print on paper or cardstock and keep things simple? Well, for one thing, decals are thinner. Textures like roofing, bricks, and siding pass right through without sanding. They are self-adhesive and rarely curl off around the edges. I think they are more vibrant than printing on paper. There are probably places for both, but in this clinic we will be focusing on decals. It doesn't take much to make a custom decal. Really, it's just an inkjet printer, special decal paper, a spray can of automotive lacquer, and some design software. Yes, decals can be printed on laser printers, but the color on my inkjet is much more vibrant than that available on my laser printer, so I'm going to limit my comments to inkjet printers. I bought my Canon MG 2520 inkjet printer back around 2017. I purchased it not because I wanted an inkjet printer, but because my scanner died, and I wanted a new scanner, and it was more economical to buy a combination device than a separate scanner. It took less desk space too. You may already have a color inkjet printer, and if you are satisfied with the quality of your prints, it will probably suffice for printing decals. But if not, an entry-level inkjet printer from Amazon, Micro Center, or an office supply store can be purchased today for under $125. Decal paper is available from Amazon and often at hobby shops and online train stores under the Testers brand. I buy mine from Amazon, from a manufacturer named Rolurius, 20 pages for $16.99, because it is much less expensive than from Testers and I prefer the quality. But now is the time to make your first decision. I'm sure you have applied decals to models before, and you remember that decals come in 3 layers: the image itself, the thin carrier film on which the image is printed, and the paper to which the film is attached, which we separate in a water bath while applying the decal. Well, decal paper comes in 2 forms, white and clear. To be more specific, when we talk about white decal paper, we really mean the film on which the decal will ride is white. It's the same for clear decal paper. It's the film that is clear. While we do not care about the color of the underlying paper, we do need to care about the color of the carrier film, because it comes in white and clear, and we need to decide which to buy. The controlling factor is whether you want the color of the underlying surface on which the decal will be placed to show through the decal. Think about the decals on a piece of rolling stock. If you want the car color to show through, you need paper with clear decal film. But if you're thinking about adding a poster to the side of a building and you do not want the wall color to bleed through, then decal paper with white film should be your choice. If you intend to affix your decal on a white background, it doesn't matter which you use. Yes, there are professional printers that can print decals in white on clear film, but they are not readily accessible to the home market. You may have heard them referred to as Alps printers, and when available in the used market, they are several thousands of dollars and are not the subject of our clinic today. I am guessing that custom decaling rolling stock is not your primary reason for watching today. Your railroad probably uses its own distinctive typeface, which you already can get from Microscale or other sources. If that is the case, then forget about the clear film for now and buy the white decal paper. I promise we will come back for samples of using clear decal paper later. The last thing you need to purchase is spray lacquer, which I get from an automotive paint store in my hometown. Other non-automotive spray lacquer may work as well, but what I use is custom blended by a store I trust, so I use it. You need lacquer to coat the decal after it has dried, because inkjet printers use water-soluble ink, and if left unprotected, the ink will dissolve when submerged in a water bath. To keep this from happening, we spray it with 2 or more coats of lacquer and then let it dry overnight. Oh, 2 other things. Get some microsol and microset for microscale, less than $5 each in the blue and red bottles, respectively. I know you are dying to see the process, so here is the overview. Here I am in PowerPoint with the decal for the side of a box truck. Don't worry about how I drew the image or why I use PowerPoint. That will come later. First, I measured the side of my truck to see how much space I had to work with. After that, I drew a box, altered the background color to match my truck, and sized it to match the available space. I added text, then made it curve to a line. I added some clip art and printed the image on a piece of paper, held it up next to the truck, and I liked what I saw. We will cover all this in more detail shortly. I placed the decal film in the printer. My printer sprays its ink on the upper side, and I bet yours does too. So I followed the instructions, inserted the paper glossy side up, and then printed the page. Don't touch the image, as the ink is still wet and will smudge if you do. I then set it aside to dry overnight. 4 hours will generally work, and some folks say 30 minutes is long enough to dry, but why push it? If you wish, you can grab an unprinted edge and cut the printed portion from the rest of the sheet with scissors. The unused portion may be reused to print additional decals at a later time. Never use less than a half page in your printer, as it may jam and harm the printer. Don't ask me how I learned this. An evening has passed, and I am now in my shop spraying the decal with lacquer, about 6 to 8 inches from the surface and in light coats. Start outside the decal and go past the decal before stopping the spray. Then wait. Yes, it's about as interesting as watching paint dry, but dry it must. You can come back in 90 minutes and give it another coat, but then let it dry overnight. Your patience will be rewarded. Keeping the application details brief, know that before applying any decal, you need to make sure the surface is glossy, so give it a spray. I am not an airbrush kind of guy, so I use an aerosol can. Give the surface time to dry, like overnight. Another day has dawned, and we are ready to apply the decal. There are a lot of videos on the topic, and I am going to take some shortcuts here. Since this is an NMRA clinic, I am assuming that you are an NMRA member and have access to the great clinics from nmra.org. Just click on the Education tab, then on NMRA Videos, enter your identification credentials, and click on the Login button. A search screen will appear and enter Applying Waterslide Decals, and click on the Search button. A clinic by Trevor Marshall and Pierre Oliver will appear, so open the clinic and pay attention. When the glossy surface is dry, we are ready to apply the decal. Cut it from the sheet as close as possible to the artwork. I use a pair of $3 decal scissors from the hobby shop, and I like them a lot. But if you are a sharp hobby knife, cutting mat, and ruler kind of guy or gal, by all means feel free to cut out the decal that way. I prepare the now glossy object surface with some brush-applied microset from Microscale, the blue bottle on which I have marked the number 1, because I can never remember whether the blue or the red bottle goes on first. Then I drop the decal into a bath of room temperature water. I leave the decal in the water for about 1 to 2 seconds, pull it out of the bath, and then wait 25 to 50 seconds before attempting to place the decal. Larger decals take longer time. Then I place the decal. Use tweezers if you like, but since many of these decals are large, I often just use my fingers. I move the decal around with a dental pick until I like the placement. I then let it dry overnight. Yes, again, overnight. The next day, if you see a bit of air under the decal, something folks call silvering, try pricking the air pockets with a pin or other sharp object, then applying a bit of microsol, the red bottle on which I have marked a number 2, which will soften the decal and let it snuggle down into place. Don't try to move the decal at this stage or be upset when the decal begins to crinkle. Then set it aside. I don't use microsol on every decal, as it tends to damage my custom decals, something I have not heard reported on commercial decals. If the decal was placed on sheet styrene or a well-sanded surface, you may be able to forget this step. So use your eyes and common sense. When the drying time has elapsed, if you want to get rid of the glossy effect, just give it a spray of dull coat or some other surface coating. That's the part most people have seen before, but the fun is just beginning. Now we are going to use computer software to design our own custom decals. I am going to start by using PowerPoint 2010 because it is what I have and know. If you have another drawing package, such as LibreOffice Impress, I bet there are similar features, but PowerPoint is what I am using for this clinic. Let's start with the absolutely easiest custom decal, a depot sign. In PowerPoint, I click on the Insert tab and then on Text Box. I position my cursor somewhere on the page and then click the left mouse button to start drawing a text box. Then drag the mouse to the opposite corner and release the mouse button, and we have drawn a box. We then enter the name of the depot from the keyboard. In my case, the name is Baden. I would like a border around the depot name, so I right-click on the line which defines the edge of the box and then on Format Shape. I click on Line Color and then on Solid Line and then make sure the color matches my need and close the box. I generally like Arial type, 14 point, and PowerPoint's default is something else, so I highlight the text and make the necessary changes. You could change the color of the text as well. But I bet the box is either too large or too small, so I click on a corner and drag it to a size I like. Once I get all my colors to my liking, I set the background color of the text box to no color and print it on clear decal paper, so the background color will pass through perfectly. Or if I am going to print on a different background color than the underlying structure, I will usually print on white decal paper. For the depot, since the sign will be probably placed on white styrene, either decal paper will probably work. That's it. You have made a depot sign and can print it on decal paper and, well, you know the rest. I want to place the decal on a flat piece of styrene before mounting it to the roof of my depot. Evergreen models, part number 119, 129, or 139 styrene strips should work well for anything 14 point or smaller. But if you want something larger, you can always cut a backer board out of sheet styrene. I always paint the edges of any sign affixed to styrene. It just makes it pop a bit more. Beyond a depot sign, there is not much more to making a city limit sign. Just take a piece of Evergreen 8404 for a post and glue it to the back of a depot sign and you have a city limit sign. Drill a number 40 hole in your layout, plant it and glue it in place. If you want to include population or elevation, just make these details smaller than the city name and center justify everything. You will probably need to cut the backer board from sheet styrene, as I don't believe Evergreen makes any strips wider than 1/4 inch. Now let's make a nameplate for a barn. My grandfather had Breezy Lane Farm on the side of his barn, with a red background and white letters. No problem. We treat it as if we were creating a depot sign and enter the name of the farm. Next, we right-click on the border and again select Format Shape. This time we select Fill, Solid Fill, and then click on a red color. We then highlight the text, right-click on it, select Font, and change the type color to white and adjust the type size and face if desired. Finally, we resize the box to meet our needs. But I wanted a white outline around the name. I again selected the shape and then again on Format Shape. This time I made the line color solid and white and thickened the style to 2 points. Because the page is white, I can't see my border line, but it is there. Trust me. Now I am going to add another shape, a slightly larger rectangle filled in red, and overlay it on the name of the farm. With this larger rectangle still selected, I click on Arrange and Send to Back. I select both boxes and center justify everything. After we place it on a piece of white styrene and trim it, we are ready to place the sign on the barn. This technique of adding a specifically colored background where we would like the white lettering to show through will prove useful later on, like when lettering rolling stock. Let's go back to the ice cream truck and cover a few more details. I wanted the text to curve, and we can do that in PowerPoint, but it is not too intuitive, so listen up. If you miss a portion, there is a link to a detailed description of the technique on my website, http://daacm.github.io. It all starts with clicking on the Insert tab, then on Shapes, then on the curly line icon, the one that looks like a sine wave, not a backwards S. I move the mouse to some open area on the page and left-click. Then I move it to another place and click again. I do this a third time because a curly line must have at least 3 points. When I am done adding points, I double-click. Now I right-click on the shape and then on Edit Points. I can click on a point to move it around, add more points, delete points, and so on. I can click on a point to select it and then click on the white boxes to change its slope. For the ice cream truck, I kept things simple and drew a simple upward pointing parabola. Now we need to add text. I right-click on the curve and click on Edit Text. I enter the text I desire, but I am always dismayed that the text color is white and I am probably on a white background, so I can't see it. No matter. I just highlight the text area and right-click. I select the font menu item and change the color, size, typeface, or whatever I want. I can see the type now, and it is linked to the curve, but it still is not curved. To get the text to curve, I click on the curve and then on the word Format under Drawing Tools. Next, on Text Effects. If your PowerPoint window is too narrow, you may not see text effects, so make the window as wide as possible and text effects will appear. I click on Text Effects, then Transform, and finally on Follow Path. I choose a path like a hill and the text curves. To get rid of the curved line, I click on the curve, then on Format Shape, then Line Color, and finally on No Line, and close the panel. If the curve is too extreme, just click on one of the side boxes to alter the overall shape. Yes, it's complicated, but it works, so give it a try. But what about the ice cream images? Well, the internet is full of clip art and images, so I just asked Yahoo to find me clip art, ice cream. The first part of the page was text intensive, but I scrolled down and there I saw a bunch of clip art images. I found one of an ice cream sundae and clicked on it to view an image enlargement. I liked what I saw. I generally do like the clip art images from ClipArtix. So I right-clicked on it and saw options to copy the image or save it to a file. Either one would work, but I decided to copy the image, returned to PowerPoint, and pasted the image into my work area. It was way too big, so I just clicked on a corner point of the image and reduced its size until I was satisfied, and then moved it to where I wanted it. I repeated the operation for an ice cream cone and a popsicle. I used the rotation point to rotate the image and grouped everything into a single object. I was ready for printing. The sign for St. Paul's Bazaar is similar. I drew a curved line, this time pointing down, and added the text. Each line is in a different color, and the bottom two lines are smaller. Once I had what I liked, I changed the line color to no line. To get a shape outline, I selected a curved shape, sized it, and grouped everything. How about some traffic signs? To get the traffic signs, I just drew a square shape, right-clicked on it, used the Format Shape and Size to make sure it was square. You should uncheck Lock Aspect Ratio when altering just one dimension of an image, then recheck it when you have a perfect square or circle. Then I just altered the background color and line thicknesses as desired. For the railroad crossing, I had to add the black X and RR as separate items, size them as desired, and then group them together. Now, onto a highway marker, and I wanted a Route 66 sign. I started by searching the internet for an image of a sign I liked, and when I found one, I copied it and placed it into PowerPoint and decided to outline it. I just started by adding a free-form shape and kept adding and moving points until I got a half shield. When I liked what I saw, I copied it and reflected it, making sure I had the top of the two sides aligned. I added the horizontal line and the topography, appropriately centered and sized, then grouped the whole thing. It was a bit of work, but took less than an hour. A link to this and all of the images I describe here is on my handout. But clip art isn't the only thing we can download from the internet. Photos are useful, especially for billboards. Again, using Yahoo's search engine, I looked for knee-high billboard images and found one I liked, so I copied it to the clipboard and pasted it into PowerPoint. But the image needed cropping. I clicked on the image, and on the right side of the ribbon is an icon labeled Crop. When I click on Crop, handles appear, which I can use to home into the area that interests me. When I have selected the part of the image I want, I just click away from the image, the unwanted portion disappears, and the remainder can be resized as desired. You can do a lot with rectangular photos from the internet, but sometimes, like in the case of the photo of Don Knotts, there is a background that I want eliminated. Yes, PowerPoint does have a feature to remove the background from an image, but I have not been too successful with it to date. In these cases, I use Photoshop Elements. Once an image is opened, I use the Magic Wand tool to select an area of interest and then click on the Erase button from the keyboard to erase that portion of the background. Sometimes I alter the tolerance to select more or less of the image. And sometimes I have to select and delete multiple times to get all of the background erased. Sometimes I use the Select All function and then the eraser to remove the last few artifacts. Sometimes I erase too much and have to use the Edit Undo function to back up a step. When I get the image just the way I want it, I copy it and paste it into PowerPoint. With the background color eliminated from the photo, I can place the decal on a non-white surface and don't have to be super careful in cutting out the decal when using clear decal film. I like to put decals of product photos on billboard supports, and how to do that is the subject of my billboards clinic. Suffice it to say that you can cut out an appropriately sized piece of styrene for a backer board, add a frame, apply the decal to the workpiece, add legs, back strut, and a boardwalk, and glue it all together. If that sounds intimidating, there are 3D models of billboard legs and a boardwalk under my DAACKM moniker on Thingiverse, so give them a try. They're all HO scale, but I have sizes for billboard images ranging in height from 8 to 16 feet. Sometimes I place the decals on the sides of buildings to show the business of the primary occupant, or as a bill publicizing the feature film of the town theater. I was surprised by the opacity of white decal paper. This image shows the same decal. On the left, the decal was placed directly on a red brick surface, and the one on the right was placed on bricks painted white. There is some difference, but not as much as I expected. I used the background removal technique in creating signs for Merrimack Caverns, and as you will see later, on a sign for a Holiday Inn. Pixel editing, as it is called, can be a lot of work, but also can be highly rewarding if you get an image you really want. This scene is probably the one I have the most extensive use of custom decals. I modified a 3D structure of a model of a diner I found on Thingiverse. I removed some of the upper detail work and boarded up the windows of Bubba Joe's shop for beer, brats, bait, and bullets, after a store in a neighboring county. Most of these used clear decal paper. The beer caps are on 3D printed backers to get better adhesion to the fence, but the one for Miller is placed directly without any backer. I drew the background for the shop name using the edit points trick. Yeah, it's kinda cheesy, but everyone needs something on the wrong side of the tracks. Perhaps it could use some weathering, but I'll leave weathering to those who enjoy it more than I do. I have one last piece of software to show you, and this is for generating graffiti. I know that graffiti is not everybody's thing, but visit http://www.graffwriter, graffwriter.com and click on the Create Graffiti button. Just down and to the left of this button is a box with the word sample in it. Click in this box and replace the word sample with your name or other text. Leave the text size at 100 for now and select the text color and click on the Submit button. The website will generate some graffiti for you. Play around with the effects, the presets, and the fonts. Play with the colors and fades. When you have something you like, just right-click on the drawing and copy it to the clipboard. I like to set the background top and bottom gradients to transparent so that I can just copy the image to PowerPoint and size it more flexibly there. Or you could paste the image into Photoshop and have a lot of fun with blurring the edges and other advanced effects. If you use an Android cell phone, there is an app called Graffiti Creator, which looks interesting. It has bubble letters, which GraphWriter is lacking. But to get the images to PowerPoint may require doing a screen capture from your cell phone and then emailing the images to your PC. I hate my cell phone, but Ron Marsh of Ron's Trains and Things has made it work, so you might want to take a look at it. I did make a decal for the side of a boxcar on the Baden Vogt in De Smet. I started with a decorated commercial model, removed the old railroad-specific markings, and replaced them with those of the BVD. I wanted both white lettering and transparent film, and I attempted to get the effect by using white decal paper and putting white lettering on a brown background. Unfortunately, white coloring appeared around the edges. I tried to paint the edges, but I was not pleased with the results. Perhaps preparing decals for rolling stock is beyond the scope of our home-based techniques. We have placed decals on structures, vehicles, billboards, and rolling stock, and even have made our own freestanding signs. But that's just the beginning. I have some other support structures on Thingiverse that can be downloaded and printed on a 3D printer, then decaled. Things like a hanging for sale sign for the front yard, an entry banner for a county fair, a sandwich board, and several more. These are sized for the sample decals, which are available from my website at http://daacom.github.io. Many of these supports I designed using PowerPoint as a 2.5D computer-aided design package, which I hope to be the subject of a new model railroading clinic in the early summer. Until then, feel free to use these designs as you see fit. 3D printed signs tend to be a bit toothy, so give them a few extra coats of gloss before applying your decals. This is my largest decal to date. It measures 4¼ by 3¼ inches, almost 3 stories tall in HO. It started with a scanned image, and using Adobe Photoshop Elements, I eliminated all the background objects. I did not attempt to decal the star at the top, as I judged it to be too delicate. The support structure is decaled on both sides, which I achieved by copying the Holiday Inn script to a separate file, copying and reversing the entire image, using Photoshop to paint out the text, and finally pasting the Holiday Inn script back into the reversed image. The support structure uses the 2.5D trick discussed earlier. The tower at the top and the bushes at the bottom were the most fragile, so when applying the decal, I started at the curved corner and worked my way out to give the fragile parts the most support for the longest possible time. I don't have any structure which can use a sign this large, but it was a fun challenge. This is probably my most difficult decal to date. What made it difficult was not the background shapes, but the topography. It was like nothing I had available to me. I ended up scanning the image I had of the sign, and using Photoshop Elements, I placed the scan in an underlying layer. I then zoomed into the image, traced the outline of the letters of the hotel name, and created bitmaps that matched the type. Not an easy task, but the final result was worth it. I made decals for both sides of the sign. In the future, I need to look around for some good tracing software because I know the same problem will reoccur. Inkscape looks promising. Finally, on the lunatic fringe is something I hope to make someday. I wanted to create a decal as a mask for a flashing sign. I bought an experimenter's kit for electroluminescent signs from Miller Engineering at http://www.microstru.com and found the logo for the Old Cat's discount drugstore chain that preceded the Walgreens and CVS stores of today. I made a decal of the Old Cat figure, but left the interior lines white, then printed it on clear decal film so that whatever was underneath, the electronic sign, would show through. I created a 2.5D support structure. But now I can't find the electroluminescent panel which would go between the support structure and the mask. Perhaps this will be a topic for another clinic, masking decals. I know the kit is in my basement somewhere. We are just about out of time, but before Q&A, I want to show you a gallery of other decals I have printed. The gas station needed the company name, so a custom decal was needed. If you look closely, you can see a Texaco clock on the back wall of the office. The engines, transmissions, lubrication was another one, as was the Texaco star above the building. The support structure for the star was 3D printed using Tinkercad design software. I probably should put icons for men and women on the restroom doors. The name of the diner is a custom decal. So is the sandwich board. The sandwich board is built from a pair of flat styrene rectangles with a 30-degree wedge between them. I first tried to 3D print the sandwich board, but the result was not smooth enough for good decal application. I also made a sandwich board with a different decal for the sidewalk in front of a grocery store. Who would have thought you could buy brains for 25 cents, even on a sandwich? How about placing hopscotch layouts on a sidewalk? Here is one of the Sunbeam Bakery. The model is a flour mill from Thingiverse, but the sign support is a 3D model of mine. I printed a business card holder and then decaled it with the name of my railroad. Perhaps someone you know is running for office and needs a campaign billboard. Would your grandkids like signs to Grandma's house for their Thomas trains? Future projects could include decals for the names and construction dates for brick buildings, as well as hat pins and jewelry customized with railroad logos. Well, that's all we have time for today. Of all the clinics I have developed so far, this one probably has the potential for the most bang for your buck. I hope you give custom decals a try. Thanks for listening.
All right, we're back. That's great, Dave. Wow, so much information there. I know
Thank
we're gonna
you.
have
Thank
a lot
you.
of a lot of questions. Let me ask you just a few here. Let's see. How I think you might have covered this, but maybe remind us, where would you start if somebody has sort of never done this before? What's a good sort of first project to get in decaling?
Well, start small. Uh, you're going to have to invest about $30 for some white decal stock, like I say in the program. I go to Amazon and a company called Rolurius, Rolurious, spend $16.99, get 20 sheets of A4, and use your hopefully existing inkjet printer. Spray them with the spray lacquer, gloss coat on your truck or building or whatever, and do
Mhm.
something small like a city limit sign. I'd try to keep it small to begin with, and I'd download the image for starters. I'd download an image from the web that you kind of like, maybe for the side of a building.
Mhm.
And then if you get into it a little bit more, start designing your own depot signs like I showed, and just keep it simple and keep it fairly small. I'm an HO guy, so don't try to make them too big to begin with. You saw that Holiday Inn sign toward the end. That thing was 4 1/4 by 3 1/4 and was hard to apply. So
Yeah.
keep it simple to begin with, and don't forget the gloss coat on the side of the building, and use that micro set. It just makes things slide around easier.
I noticed when I found really great images on the web, but I had to go through several iterations of printing them off and changing the sizes before I got the exact thing right thing on the building. I guess I'm doing that right to just do that on regular paper before I waste a lot of decal paper.
Yeah, I do it that very same way. One of the tricks is to kind of be good about the color of your background. Color is not absolute. So when you put blue on a red building and the red shows through, you're
Uh,
going to have problems. It won't be as visible. So think about whether you want to put white behind it, an image. Think of the contrast, and that's a
okay.
good thing to do when you print it on paper, just to see if it's going to fit and if you're happy with it.
Okay, super. Here's a question from the audience. What is your favorite software for creating artwork or lettering? Do you have a
PowerPoint.
do you just use PowerPoint for a lot
I
of this
use
stuff?
PowerPoint because I've got the greatest variety of topography there. So that'd be what I would do. The one
Mhm.
sign that I talked about there for the Coral Court, that was a modified version of Futura that I don't think exists in nature. So I had to trace that on, and that was really tough.
Huh.
But normally I do all my basic design and sizing in PowerPoint.
Okay.
It's really very flexible in
Yeah.
that regard, and most people have it. But if you don't, try some piece of free software like LibreOffice, and most of it will work. Don't go looking for the best piece of software. What you got is what you use.
Right, right, right. Is it a I found that there's something to know about how fonts have changed over time too,
Yeah.
but I also feel like sometimes I'm overworking that. I don't
Well, there was an old saying that we used to have that if you can never have enough fonts because absence makes the font grow harder.
I walked into that one, didn't I?
Sorry.
Let's see. So, here's another question from the audience. Do you find that decals from your inkjet printer fade over time, like printed photos on photo paper, or does the lacquer coat cover that up?
Well, I don't have an answer for that right now. I'm not that experienced with it, but I haven't seen it yet. It may depend on what kind of lighting you have in your room. I've got fluorescent light in my basement, and I have not seen any deterioration. But you're really asking the wrong guy because I'm substantially colorblind.
So they all look good to you,
They
huh?
look good to me.
How long have you been this is not about decals, but I'm just curious how long you've been building your railroad and how long you've been at it?
Well, I started it about 35 years ago in a totally different house. And I don't have Al girder. I've got these steel legs for workbenches that I have, I've got some 2x8s on top of them to try to keep it there. I've got 4-degree inclines on my railroad, so I can hold about 5 cars going up the hill with a single locomotive. But yeah, I've been
Uh,
at it for a while, off and on. So I went 6, 7 years without touching the railroad, and
huh.
then I got back to it. If you want to get back into railroading, go to Chicago, see the Museum of Science and Industry, look at their layout, and you'll go home and start modeling again.
It's a good inspiration, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see, what does this say? Have you used future type gloss for prepping the model's decal area? Does that mean something to you, future gloss?
Uh, it doesn't mean anything to me, but I go to the hardware store and get spray gloss for 4.49 for a rattle can. That's as sophisticated as I have gotten. Now,
Okay.
sometimes if I do 3D printing and want to put a decal on top of a 3D print, there's a little tooth there. So I may have to give 3 or 4 coats of the gloss before it gets easy enough to move around. So don't skimp on that gloss coat. You'll live to regret it.
That smooths it out when the
Yeah, it
surface is
does.
kinda rough.
Yeah.
Gotcha, gotcha. I'm curious, what have you ever made a big mistake that was hard to fix?
Well, I also have a 3D printer, so if I really screw it up, I'll reprint the model.
Okay, but I mean with decals,
Not nothing,
is there anything that those of us who are just getting started need to be really anxious about or worried about?
stay small. Try to keep it under maybe 6 square inches to begin with, maybe even only 2 square inches,
Okay,
because it's harder to apply those bigger decals, at
right.
least for me. So that's why I say start small physically, and you can reuse the paper. Just don't, if it's less than half size of the sheet, don't send it through again, because that lesson cost me a new printer.
Trying to put a really small piece of
Yeah, half a sheet, you can do it. Don't go any smaller.
okay, well, there's a good lesson learned.
But it was an entry level printer, so yeah.
Alright, super. Um, well, I know you mentioned that you have a lot of resources on your website that people can check out. Why don't you give us that website
All right, folks,
URL again?
stand by for high technology.
Okay,
Here
there
it
it
is.
is.
daacom.github.io. Please go there and see what else is available. And also, I have a survey in there. I like when I make a presentation to know what you guys think. So if you would go to this website, click on the link to the survey, and you're going to have 5 minutes after the clinic before the next one starts, and it'll take you only 3 to do the survey. If you'd let me know what you think, uh, I'd sure appreciate it. 10 questions, easy.
Alright,
Everybody got it? I
we'll
hope
do
so.
that.
Thank you.
Now, does filling out the survey register me for the Ferrari drawing also, or?
Well, I think you're going to have to buy a box of Cracker Jack for that.
Well, Dave, thanks you so much. We really appreciate tonight's clinic and your other clinics with NMRAx. Thanks for being a part of the team.
And thanks to all my viewers who are here today. I like to share, and I like to hear what you have to say. Hope we get to do another one.
Great. Talk soon.
Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, John here. We're back with NMRAx. And the thing continues here. So let's talk about our next presenter. He is the NMRA Master Model Railroader number 511, and he has an ON3 model railroad that's fully built and scenic. He was featured, and the layout was featured in the November and December 2011 Narrow Gauge and Short Line Gazette. Our presenter is Vice President of the Pacific Coast Region, and he's won a first place in 7 categories at NMRA National Contest. So please help me welcome here Frank Markovich. Frank?
Hi, let me do the share screen. And can you see the entire screen?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. I'm going
right.
to talk about the California State Railroad Museum layout. I built it. Mike Blumenstadt, who's also a master model railroader, the two of us built it in his garage. And here's sort of an outline of what I'm going to cover. And I did this when we did the project. We did a whole Microsoft project of this. I'll show you part of it. I was an engineer, and I'm pretty anal when it comes to this stuff. Even when I build models, I do a whole outline of what I'm going to do. I scratch build a lot, but even when I don't scratch build, I do that. So pre-layout. I won't read everything, but how this actually started, I was Coast Division and the PCR superintendent, and Charlie Getz, the last president of the NMRA, approached Mike Blumenstadt and myself about building a layout for the Build a Memory program. And the NMRA had just started this. We agreed. In retrospect, we would have liked more time. The two of us built this layout in my garage in little less than 8 weeks. And this was an HO layout. And we built 2 more layouts for demonstration and recruitment of members. We used it at great train shows, at museums. We've even set it up in a mall. And the idea was to show that a layout could be built using just commercial products in a short period of time. There were going to be 3 stages: just basic framework, then rigid foam on a framework, and then the layout itself operating during the show. We did this a number of times. The first one was an HO using Bachmann track, and the second and third were N scale with Kato track, or Kyoto, as I've heard it's supposed to be pronounced. We went away from the HO because to move the HO, we needed a pickup truck, and we had to build a case and have it stand vertically in the truck. And a couple times this was a problem because we live in the Bay Area, which sometimes gets pretty windy. And one time it was like having a sail on the back of Mike's truck. He had a truck. So we decided we wanted to do N scale, and that's the second and third. And they would fit in the back of an SUV. Both of us have SUVs. We also realized we live in the Bay Area. I live in Silicon Valley. Mike lives in San Francisco. Space is a huge issue. And so N scale could fit in the back of a car, but it could also fit easily against a wall in somebody's room, either in a house or an apartment or whatever. So this really worked well. We used this also at libraries. I developed a Microsoft project. I said I'm anal about it. We had a short time to build it. And at the time I was working. I'm now retired. But that did limit our time. And what really limited the 8 weeks was drying time of various things. Then how we got started on this project, Charlie Getz lives literally 2 miles from me. Bob Brown's about 20 miles. And at a show, I think, or at a PCR somewhere. They asked if we'd be interested in building a similar layout for the Magic of Scale Model Railroading exhibit at the California State Railroad Museum in Sacramento. It would be much bigger than we had already accomplished. It also had to be an HO. We agreed and started the process of developing the specifications for the layout. Now, one of the things that happens is there's a lot of cooks when you do something like this. Besides Bob, Charlie, Mike, myself, there was something called the CBET group, project designers. We also had Gizmo. I don't have them listed. They're the ones that were actually going to build the case. And then we had all the people at the NMRA that put in their 2 cents. So anyway, there was a lot of back and forth. The framework, etc. In the beginning, we made changes all along. In the beginning, there would be 3 equal-sized sections. And we'll talk in a minute about how that changed over time. In the end, it was decided that the layout would be mainly with commercial parts. Even, the wood and everything, it would be stuff you could either get at a hobby store or a local lumber yard or hardware store. And it would represent what an average person could accomplish. Now, I'm used to scratch building stuff. My whole layout, which you could have seen in the back, tracks all hand laid. It was quite a bit different than I usually do for myself, but I liked the challenge. Companies that donated included Woodland Scenics, Cato, and Bachman. And I'm going to give a special call out to Woodland Scenics. They sent us even more than we asked for, and they kept saying, "You need anything else?" The other 2 were very good also, but Woodland Scenics was just unbelievable. They offered us stuff we didn't need because we had, like a Grassmaster and all that. There would again be 3 sections, one fully scenic, one with just foam and plaster cloth, and one with open grid to show frameworks, etc. In the beginning, all 3 sections would be the same. But things changed over time. I was an engineer, so I'm electrical engineer, and that happens in engineering. The biggest change was it went from 6 feet by 12 feet to 4.5 by 12. This was due to space considerations at the museum. For example, you have to follow all the OSHA rules and all the state of California rules for aisle space. And we wanted people to be able to walk all the way around it. Cutting it down to 4.5, we originally had a track plan from Cato that was pretty complex, and that's what we asked for the track because we had to ask for it before we even started. So we had some track left over, but not as much as you might think. Height was also an issue. I can tell you we had maybe 5 meetings to discuss height, lots of emails, phone calls, but it was never agreed on. Charlie and Bob would ask the CBET group, and they would ask Gizmo. We never got an answer, so we picked one because we needed to get started in order to finish on time. And you'll see that ended up being a problem for us. Now, Chris Palermo, who's the PCR president, had contacts with the NMRA National. I think he also does a lot of the legal work. He's an attorney. And he's running for office nationally. Chris ran interference with the NMRA. As an example, we needed seed money to purchase the wood, foam, hardware, etc. He handled dealing with the NMRA for that part of it, which really helped me. We agreed to build it as one large layout rather than in 3 sections. The more we talked about it, having 3 sections and having the track cut off at 3 spaces times however many tracks went through there, I think there were 6, was going to be a problem in 2 different places. Also, to do 75% finished with scenery and the other 25% divided up between foam, hard shell, and open grid. That ended up to please everybody in the end. I'm really glad we did it. Actually, if it was up to me to do it again, I'd recommend 85% finished, but that's okay. In the end, it was about 80%. I would have gone a little more, but it looks good. One of the most important goals was to use either commercial products or those easily attainable by anyone. Lumber, paint, dirt, and we used a lot of dirt. I screened quite a bit. We started with the plan, as we said, from Kyoto, but when the layout size decreased, we had to change the plans. The height, again, was never nailed down. Project, we were told not to start until the NMRA approved the project, which also meant the others involved had to approve. It went back and forth. We drew out the framing, pretty detailed. We ended up changing it in the end, but not the basic framing. We planned the scenery. We picked out dirt, trees, dirt. We made a list. Manufacturers were the easiest part. And the NMRA got us the manufacturers, connected us. I met with Cato, Bachman, Woodland Scenics in Florida at the National Train Show at the NMRA convention that was in Florida. We picked out all the structures, trees, rolling stock, etc. I did a Microsoft project for the layout. Below is part of an example. I have, rough draft, etc. This was about 4 pages long. In fact, at this size of print, it would have been about 5 or 6. Acquiring supplies. Like I said, the railroad materials were all donated by manufacturers. That isn't quite true. Both Mike and I donated a number of things we had because they were extras. We didn't need them. All the manufacturers were very helpful. And I'm going to go back. Woodland Scenics was absolutely amazing. We made many trips to the lumber yard and various hardware stores. We didn't buy the lumber at Home Depot or Lowe's. We bought it from a lumber yard. We specified clear pine or similar. It cost a little bit more, but it was really worth it. And because it was going in a museum, we wanted everything kiln dried. We didn't want to have problems a year from now or even less. We had every main piece cut to size. Now, some we had to cut ourselves in the end, but for the most part, everything was cut to size. We used Mike's garage. My garage actually isn't quite big enough. Wasn't quite big enough. We're in California. Nobody uses a garage to put their cars in, at least in the Bay Area. If you're up in Modesto or Fresno, where there's huge heat changes, you probably do. You can see all the cut wood. We spread it out. The cases you see on the right side of each of those pictures, Mike does Civil War dioramas. 2 of them of the Battle of Manassas, the first battle. He's a big Civil War buff. Anyway, you can see some of the cut wood there to the side, and he had a rug there. Now, one of the issues that we had to deal with was his floor, like most garages, isn't perfectly flat. So here we are. I'm the guy with the sweatshirt that's a little overweight. I guess we're both a little overweight, but I'm a little more overweight. Assembling the framework. It really took two people to do this, especially when we sort of bolted everything together. Everything's either screwed or bolted. Some things are glued, but this was screwed and bolted. Then the basic foam. This is one of the areas, buying the foam in the San Francisco Bay Area is really hard to find it. So we actually bought it in Modesto and brought it home. We glued the foam down with caulk. We use inexpensive caulk. We used weights on the foam while the foam was drying. And here's the track. We laid the track all out. It isn't fastened at this point. And the outside track is continuous and unconnected to the inner track. This is what will be used to run trains at the museum. We felt, and everybody agreed, that the less switches, which in this case is 0, the train had to go to, the better it would be long term. Bob Brown had built, he's the editor of the Gazette, had built a layout for the Los Altos History Museum, and there are no switches that operate on that. The research we did with other museums and stuff, we just found that this was probably the best way to go. And you can see, if you look, the cross braces are installed below, which made it a little difficult to work on. Track laying, again, we used the Kyoto track. We didn't fasten it down with two-sided tape, which we had done in the past. We used the scenery ballast and track wiring to secure. The Kyoto track, that track wiring, when you install it and you pull it through the foam, holds it down pretty good. And we decided that this would be better. It'd be a little more flexible. We laid it out to test it. We even connected track to power to test it, and both the outside and the inside. It's amazing. We found a couple of issues with the track not lined up perfectly when doing this. I don't know if we both need new glasses or we just didn't see it. So we talked already about the two basic routes. And we added the electrical, both for track power and lighting. We'll look at the Woodland Scenic structures with lighting. These are excellent. You know, I look at them and go, man, they're better than most people build. Anyway, Mike had to get on the floor in this step because we needed people above and below. And he was a little more agile getting underneath. Steps for ground cover. After the foam was down, we contoured it. Now on the hills and stuff, when we put it down, we used the caulk, and then we ran long screws through it that we removed once it was dry. This was one of the things that took time because Mike lives in San Francisco, not too far from the ocean, so things are a little damp, and it's not warm in San Francisco most of the time. We used knives. The Woodland Scenic knife is very good. I never used it before, but I really like it. Rasp, saw, hot knife. We had a couple different types of hot knives to contour the foam. Cleanup was done mainly with a small vacuum. I can tell you we vacuumed and vacuumed and vacuumed. Then we added the plaster cloth. Woodland Scenics gave us quite a bit of that. We used water with color to add it for the plaster cloth. And the color we used, Woodland Scenics sent us, you know, their earth, and I think 5 tubes of their earth. And we used it, so it was like a medium brown. This was so if the area got chipped, it wouldn't be a stark white. Plaster cloth was overlapped sometimes as much as 3 times. Strips that were from 3 to 4 inches to a foot wide and about a foot long. We did this together. One person would wet it, stick it up on the layout. The other person would smooth it with their hands, and it was a lot. That part was a lot of fun. Then we added sifted dirt from the Sierras for the basic ground cover. I have a place in a place called Twainhart, which probably nobody's heard of, but it's not far from Yosemite. And the ground there is very similar to most of the ground in the Sierra. So we sifted it. And I sprayed it so we wouldn't have any varmints come out later, hopefully. On top of that, we added in ground foam, rocks, trees, Woodland Scenics. All the trees are Woodland Scenics. We started with the larger items, such as rocks, large clumps of ground foam. Trees were added last, and then under the trees, we put the similar stuff to the tree to make it look like it fallen. Oh, before all this, we covered, I should have put this earlier, the track with blue painter's tape. This is much better than masking tape, for it leaves almost no residue. Well, masking tape does leave residue. And from my experience, you leave masking tape on anything for any period of time, it's really hard to get it off. We did clean the track. So after removal of the tape, we ballasted the track and weathered the ties and rails. We hand did that. And we used diluted white glue to bond the ballast. This is going to be in a museum. It's climate controlled, humidity controlled, so white glue would work. Anyway, we also used some matte medium. We weathered with washes of brown and dark gray, being careful to keep the washes off the rail. As careful as you were, we still got some on and had to clean them off. So there's the ground covering. You can see we used this ground foam. Most of it is stuff Mike and I had. The stuff we bought from Home Depot was blue, but we also, both of us had a lot of pink, but both of us had some of the blue foam. The only difference between them, this is rigid foam. It's used for insulation. So Bay Area, you don't need much insulation. Out in Central Valley, where we got it, you do. But they're just different manufacturers. Lots of times you can get them at the Home Depot professional stores, but you need to call around. Stuff is really easy to work with. You can see the start of the foam shaping. We did put a drop cloth underneath, which ended up to be a good thing to do. And if you look closely, you can see the screws. We really fastened everything really well. To get some perspective, the following are some of the finished scenes. Here's one end. You can see it. You can see we didn't have much room around the layout to work. Okay. In the bottom right-hand corner of your screen is a house, and you can see that it is about 80% finished. Those structures are all woodland scenics. The trees are all woodland scenics. The track is all Kato, and the rolling stock and engines will all be Bachmann. Although Kato is supposedly sending us some engines, or sending the museum some engines. Okay, here's 3 other scenes. The bottom picture, the church, is really prominent. Now, the church has a cross on the top. We finally just pulled the cross off and left it off until installation, because you breathe on that thing and it comes off. Okay, there you can see the tape as we were peeling it off. It peeled off very easily, and you can see why you need it. Look at all the ground cover that's on the tape, even though we tried not to. The background in the bottom picture, you can see, in fact, a couple of them, you can see Mike's layout, because it's in the same room he does the layout. We first placed the structures down before we did anything. Done after the basic foam and plaster cloth. Most have lighting, and the lighting's really good, and they have a control. The Woodland Scenics has this system where you have a control where you can make the lights different brightnesses. We haven't adjusted it in the museum yet, because the museum's not open. It's going to open next week with 25% can go in. I was going to go, but we thought about it, and I don't want to drive. It's a 2-hour drive from my place there. I want to make sure I get in. We did weather all the structures, especially the roof. We used alcohol and India ink. We used various dry brushing of various colors, all earth colors, and then we put a flat on the top, not dull coat, but an artist flat. Anyway, ground cover. Most of the rocks were commercial, but both of us had some rocks trees were all woodland scenics. They actually look really good. I scratch built a lot of trees on my layout and used some of the Mackenzie trees, and these look really good, especially for something you can just plop on your layout. Detail included chalk and finish, lighting. We added lots of figures. Woodland Scenic sent us 2 packages of 100 each. We used well over 100. We used all of one package and probably a third to a half of the other. Now, the trucks and automobiles, they make a big difference, and most were Woodland Scenics, but after we built the layout, we realized we needed a few others. So I donated a couple, and I used to be an HO, and we went to local hobby stores, bought the rest, and other trackside details. Let's talk about some of the scenes, because we planned it with scenes in mind. We want to keep the interest of people. There are 2 depots, one on each side of the layout. You can't see from either side. You can't see both of them. You can only see the one on the side you're on. There's a lake with a rowboat and fishermen, a mobile home, a sawmill with log trucks, a post office, general store, church with a wedding party, a tackle shop, post office, roads, grandma's house. The lake. On this, we overestimated what we needed as far as depth. We painted the bottom, I should say, Mike, we first sealed it and painted the bottom black and then brown towards the outside. My advice to anybody doing this in the future would be to have it very shallow and make the depth be what, have the painting sort of detail so it's looks deeper than it is. We did many pours. We used the Woodland Scenics material. It worked great. We added the boat in for the last pour. You'll see that on another slide. Rocks were cast. We used many molds. We didn't use one mold more than, once. Some were Woodland Scenics. Others were from Bragdon Enterprises. These were ones that either Mike and I had from our layouts. And we could have used just all Woodland Scenics. They sent us quite a few, but some of the Bragdon ones I really like. Again, when casting, we added some color, a gray, so it wouldn't show if chipped. And instead of making the casting and putting it up against before it's dry, we did the castings first and then added the scenery after. Mike had always done it that way, and in the end, it worked really well. We blended dirt and ground foam to really put them in the scene, just like all the structures are in the scene. They're not just sitting on top. Now, prep for moving the layout. Gizmo was the company that was going to build the cases, not only for what we did, but Mike did a small Civil War display. A guy named Seth Newman did a CTC display. So Gizmo was a company that was hired to build the cases and install the displays at the museum. We had at least 2 meetings before we even started the layout. And then once completed, Gizmo sent 2, actually they sent 3 people. Mike told me that was a mistake. 2 people to ask questions, look at the layout, they took all sorts of pictures. And we told them that it would take at least 4 people, young people, I should add, to load it on a truck and move it. Strong people. It's not the weight, but the size. It's very awkward. And I think what we told them went in one ear and out the other. It was time to move it. By the way, we were given a deadline to have it done by June, July, 2 years ago. And we made our goal, and then Gizmo, they couldn't come and get it for for 6, 8 weeks. Anyway, instead of sending 4 people, they sent 3, which meant Mike and I had to help. Both of us are in our 70s, and I have some balance issues, so that was an issue. We were able to load it. Here's a picture. The one on the left is in his garage getting ready to move. And this is looking from the unscenic area to the scenic area. This is, it'd be like looking at the front of his garage. We moved it out, and I'm in the shadow, Mike's on the right, and the other 2 guys are, one's on the left side and the other's in front. A few weeks later, we went to Gizmo, and they said they were telling us they had to cut the legs. They didn't tell us that until after they picked up the layout. Mike and I were both concerned, but it ended up okay. Then they moved the layout to museum a couple months after that. I'm not sure how long after that. Also, I had built a circuit so that the trains would run for 90 seconds, but they wanted to do it differently. They wanted to go directly from the power, the 110. I did it from the other side of the power supply. But in the end, the guy did a good job of it, and I'm actually pleased, although I'm unhappy that honestly, that they didn't use my circuit, but that's okay. Installation at the museum. The date had moved at least 10 times. The last time planned for mid-April 2019, and we didn't know what was going to happen. It's been in the hands of Gizmo. That should have said 2020. I got to fix that. It's been in the hands of Gizmo since August 19, and we finished our part in late July. Now here's the lake. This is the Woodland Scenics water. Some of the reflections don't show how nice this is, but when you see it in person, it is. And you can see the RV up there. That's a Woodland Scenics. It's gorgeous. I'm telling you, it's really nice. This put us more into the 80%. There's one of the depots. You can see the rock work in back. We also dry brushed the rock. We added some shadows into the rock with washes of paint. You can see the roof. We weathered it a bit. All the people and the vehicles. We tried to keep the vehicles can tell you an era. So we tried to keep the vehicles 50s and earlier, because this is supposed to be in the transition period. The track, if you look closely, you can see it's ballasted. We did use the woodland scenery, the Cato scenery ballast, put it down, and then we weathered the track. Here's a fish ice house, Chip's ice house. The light over, I don't know if you can see the arrow, the light here, that does light. You see another pickup truck. The road was just dirt, and we'd sand it down, and okay, here, the sawmill is up in this area. It's really nice for a sort of small sawmill. Nothing like I model West Side Lumber, nothing like theirs. This is their lumber truck, also very nice. Down here you can see the other station. This is asphalt. Used it much like we did the dirt on the other side, but just dark. Okay, next. Pickup delivery truck. This building also has lights. It's also very nice. And you can see there's like an annex. It's under construction. Okay. We used lots of scenery material. Some of this was knock. It was not donated. I had plenty. We did the rock work. We cast and colored it, etc. Here's a gas station. You can see the sawmill a little better there. You can see the vehicles. This guy's getting gas. We wanted to tell stories. In everything, we like to tell a story. Grandma's house or Aunt Nellie's house or whatever. It's also very nice. I really like the on the side. Here's looking down from one end. And this whole area, the idea was a view block. So if you're on the right side, you can't see what's going on the left, and vice versa. View blocks can be very good. Here's the church. I like the couple kissing. That didn't come with the church. That came with the figures. And you can see we weathered it up a bit. There's a little bit of shine here, but that was the flash, I think, when we took the picture. These pictures were mainly taken by Mike Blumenstadt or his wife, Mary. Here you can see the rocks and how we colored them. And we tried to match them with what would be in the Sierras. Here's a passenger train from early 50s era. You can see the dirt. We put this down and then we took sandpaper and smoothed it. It does look a lot like a road when you get close. And all the trees, everything from pine trees to similar oak or similar. You have to have a lot of trees in the Sierras in California. There's a passenger train, and at the break where it's scenery and plaster cloth. Okay. And it's Union Pacific. We couldn't find any Southern Pacific passenger car, but in 1954, I went on Union Pacific from Oakland to Omaha. So it's appropriate. Here's the, you see the little rowboat, it's in the water. And again, we did many things. We added lots of flowers. These weren't woodland scenics. We got these at a local hobby store after. They just look so good, we had to buy them. And look at the roof of this is a mono color, and we added weathering and stuff. And now we're going to go to, it's installed at the museum. Now the museum's closed, but I had to go up there to help with the electrical. The museum, this is in a glass or plexiglass. It's a special museum glass they had to use, case, and it opens on the side. And we have people that are going to go in on a regular basis, clean the track, clean the rolling stock and the engines, do any maintenance that's necessary, because there will be over time. The hardest part is at the far end, down here, and at the other end, that doesn't open, the sides open. So to reach in there, you've got, it's 4.5 feet, but there's about 5 inches between the layout and the case. And that's needed because we didn't want the case to touch the layout, because people bumping into the case, the trains are going to fall off. Hopefully the only time they fall off is during an earthquake or something. Here's a picture of it from the one end. So you can see this case down here. One of the good things, this is fully enclosed. There are locks here. Only a few people have keys to the locks. I don't remember how many, but only a few. Now you can see the foam here. You can see the open. You can see power supplies there. We wanted to show as much as we could. Here's a train coming, and that should be an E or an F unit. I forget what it is. Actually, probably should be like an E8 or something. because it's a passenger train. But you can see on the side some of the other stuff. I will have more pictures once the museum's open. Mike was a professional photographer by profession, and he's going to go up there with a really good camera. You can see it's during the COVID time because everybody's wearing masks. Here's another picture of the end, and you see I couldn't do anything about the reflections, Mike can. You can see the display cases in back. Here's a picture in the end of, right there's Bob Brown. He was there the day I was there. There's the church. Church is really, I'm not kidding, these structures are really nice. They're nice in O scale also, and they're nice in N scale. Mike is an N scale modeler. He's very disappointed that they don't make the sawmill in N scale. These photos, Chris took this photo, Chris Palermo. Here's another one, and you can see the display cases. You see the locks down there. I can tell you it's really hard. I had to crawl in to do some wiring. As you could see from the earlier pictures, I'm not a slim pickings, and it's hard to get in and out of there. But there was a girl working there that was helping them, and she probably weighed 110. She had no problems. She was less than half of what I am. Here's the picture from the end. It describes it. There's some close-ups, and then it lists Mike and I as building it. Okay. And on these two sides is sort of the history of model railroading. And it's really good. So I'm going to encourage people to go visit the museum. Besides all the great trains, this magic scale model railroading is excellent. I'm very proud to be part of it. So this is very preliminary. I will have a final after the layout, after I can get in the museum. It's installed, but it wasn't done when I was there. And if you want, you can contact me. Here's my email. So any questions?
Wow. Yeah, Frank, that's just awesome. I can't wait to see this. I mean, I've been to the California Museum 3 or 4 times over there, and it's just always an amazing experience all by itself. Now all of this to added to it is going to be phenomenal.
I couldn't spend a lot of time when I went up there because I had to basically work on the layout. Right. But what I saw, I couldn't believe it. There's magazines, there's models. The San Juan Central is up there, Malcolm Furlow's layout. I don't know if you remember it. It's gorgeous, and there's some unbelievable stuff.
Wow.
It's really worth going. Besides the fact the museum itself is just, I think it's the nicest museum in the West Coast.
Certainly one of the really nice ones. We do have a number of questions here.
Sure.
So I'll plow through and we'll take a few of these for I'm wondering, kind of doing all of that, what are a couple of lessons that you learned along the way here, or perhaps things that you wish you'd have done a different way?
Well, there are a few things. The first thing is we would have made the lake a lot smaller. I think we had about 8 or 10 pourers, which was a lot. And that stuff takes, because where Mike lives is San Francisco, so it's always damp. It takes a long time to dry. That's the first thing. We probably would have planned out some of the scenery a little better, and even laid out. We did the trees after. I think we should have thought a little bit more about the trees. And I would have done the wiring earlier on. It was hard to get underneath there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it feels very much like a sort of traditional 4x8 layout, maybe even a new modeler using those kind of things. The people who come and look at this, do you think it'll be inspiring for people to say, hey, I can do that? I suspect that's part of what you wanted to do, huh?
That's what Bob and Charlie and Peter McGowan, that's what they wanted. They wanted something that the average guy could come in and look at and say, I could do that.
Yeah.
And we built these other 3 display layouts, And we inspired a lot of people to build layouts because they'd ask us, the one question I hated is when they asked how much it cost.
Yeah.
But the other questions, you say, anybody can do this. And we've even got people to come to some of our events and taught them how to do foam and other things. So I think it will hopefully inspire people, because this isn't really for people like Mike and I and most of the NMRA. We already know how to do most of this stuff.
Right.
This is for somebody just getting started, or somebody with a kid, 10-year-old kid, and the kid wants a layout, and they're going, well, how do I get started?
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I think even though I've been around it for a long time, I still consider myself sort of on the beginner end of a lot of things. And I think at certain times in history, there's been, the HO railroad that grows, or the in-scale layout on a door. There's been those kind of moments where people said, "Oh, that's an easy way into this hobby," and
Yeah.
So I think that's really cool. I was curious. So you built the kind of the scene break down the middle, basically with those tall trees, I think, right? Did you consider? I noticed in a lot of 4x8 plans these days, kind of even putting a divider across the middle of the layout.
Well, we talked a little bit about that, but you have to be a pretty good painter to do scenes on both sides. And then when you're standing at the end, it looks funny. It doesn't, there wasn't enough room. If we could have gone to the 6 feet, we could have had a curved thing, and maybe that would have worked.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It says a question from the audience. Did any issues with pouring the water and heat or affecting the foam underneath?
We didn't use the water where you heat it up. I used that before, burned my hand. I would never use that again. I like Woodland Scenics products, but that one is too dangerous. You just open the bottle up. It's a pint or a quart, I forget. And you pour it, and you let it harden. And you're supposed to do it in, I think it's 1/8 or 16-inch thickness. I'd have to look at the bottle again. But we had to do a lot of pours to get it to the thickness.
Yeah. No, you reminded me of, I built a module once, and the first time I ever did a water feature, and I used Envirotex, and I sort of had a big fat river, and gosh, I don't know if I ended up pouring maybe 3/4 of an inch or something, but when that was all said and done, that module weighed an extra 50 pounds.
Well, the other thing, if you even have a pinhole with that Envirotex.
Oh yeah.
Which I did in my train room. There's some.
Yeah, I have a spot in my garage that I couldn't have.
The other problem with Envirotex, I haven't had it, but other people have, is sometimes it starts to shrink from the sides. And I've heard that complaint from people. I didn't have that problem, but another modeler I know did.
Sounds like you were pretty taken with some of these Woodland Scenics products.
I'll tell you, I've got another house. We live in sort of two places. We're deciding if we're going to stay where we're at. And if I go to the other house, I'm going to probably buy some of their kits, some of their structures. Definitely buy their trees. Scratch building trees really takes a long time.
Right. Yeah, I was curious as you were, I one of the questions I wrote down was, as someone who scratch builds most things, what surprised you most about doing all of this in kind of ready to run mode?
I was really impressed. The structures particularly really look good. And if you weather them up, put figures in them and change the details a little bit, it looks as good as most scratch build.
Yeah.
So,
I'm an N-scaler, and the challenge of that Kato Unitrack has always been that it's got that sort of plasticky look, but I've seen many modelers do quite a nice job of weathering and ballasting that. And even at the 2018 Kansas City convention, the best module was a T-track module, as I remember, with that track on there. It really can be made nice.
Yeah, the first guy that really impressed on me how good track can look, because I've hand laid it, was seeing Paul Scholl's SN3 a number of years ago. His was all flex track. His looked as good or better than hand-laid track.
Huh.
And I sort of changed my attitude. But
Yeah,
at that point, my track work was done. So
that's awesome. Well, this was a really interesting clinic, and I think all NMRA members and all modelers are going to be really happy to be part of the tribe that shows off our hobby
yes.
at this museum. And hopefully we'll all get a chance to, or many of us will get a chance to see it.
Yeah, I hope so. And they're opening up, like I said, next week. We were going to go on the first day, but I think it's going to be packed, and they got a 25% capacity. It's a 2-hour drive there, a 2-hour drive back. I could see us getting there and being told, "Oh, you're not going to get in today." So we'll go in a couple weeks when things die down in the middle of the week. So we'll be certain to get in. And the other thing, this week and next week, a lot of schools here are out for spring break. So we'll go when the schools are all in session.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, Frank, thank you very much for sharing with all of us the experience you had building this layout and your clinic tonight.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot. Talk to you soon.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, so we're back for the afternoon session or late evening session of NMRAx, and today we've got Kevin Marks all the way from Appleton, Wisconsin. And I know it must be a lovely place because my wife comes from that area, so I've got to say things like that. But he's here today, and he's going to give us a little demonstration on soldering. Now, I know you guys in America pronounce it slightly different, so for the people in the UK and Australia, yes, when he's talking about soldering, he's actually talking about soldering. So,
Go Wisconsin.
So my wife just put a comment in. Then she dived into Studio 6, and yeah, there was a comment from the sideline. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Kevin Marks from Fast Tracks fame, and I think Brad and I have all got our safety gear organised, so we've got our fire extinguishers at hand, and
Perfect.
I'll hand it over to you, Kevin.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks, Martin. I appreciate that. And, you know, we always want to be safety first here. So, hey, everyone, I'm Kevin Marks from Fast Tracks, and back again for another NMRAx video. And I know you guys have all sat through a lot of presentations today, and a lot of them have been on the computer screen. But tonight we're actually doing some demos. So that's pretty sweet. And we're actually going to solder up some track, and I'm going to go slow. And what I want to do is basically show everyone what you need to get started and the hows and the whys. And a lot of times when you watch videos, you don't always hear the why. Why do you do this? Why shouldn't you do that? So tonight I want to cover all of that and actually show you what to do, what not to do, and we'll run through some demos real quick, and then we'll answer some questions. So the first thing I want to do is just talk about the tools that you need to solder. Here you go, Martin, to solder and get started. So in my previous NMRAx videos, and if you want to see more videos on the Fast Tracks YouTube page, you can see more that I've done. I've used a resistant soldering iron, and I know a lot of people don't have that. So tonight we're going to use a standard Weller iron because a lot of people have that, and I want to show proper techniques for that. And then obviously you need that and a few other things that certainly help. I've got rubber gloves on. Actually, they're nitro black gloves. I bought these at Home Depot. These are the Gorilla Grip gloves. Love these. They're stronger than a regular latex or a vinyl glove, and I use them to keep everything off my hands. So to kind of preface everything, you have to view soldering like painting or gluing. Everything needs to be perfectly clean. So everything I'm going to talk about tonight revolves around cleaning, and that doesn't really get talked about enough. Last week, I watched a YouTube video of this guy in California who's built hot rods for 50 years, and he was demonstrating how to lead fenders. Instead of using Bondo, the old school guys use lead. And I think every other sentence out of his mouth was, everything needs to be absolutely clean. And that's what you need to do when you approach soldering. So I'm going to show you how I do it. Built a lot of track, and you know, I've experimented. I've tried different things, different techniques. And what I'm going to show you tonight is really what I found, at least for me, is the kind of the best of the best of the techniques. So you got your soldering iron. One of the other probably most important thing is you need safety glasses. Stop at the hardware store and pick up some safety glasses. Your eyes are worth far more than the $8 that these cost you. These are actually prescription safety glasses, and because I can't see real close like I used to, and I got those from my eye doctor, and they were just over $100. Well worth everything. So a couple other safety factors. We always have to point out the fire extinguisher in the back. You got to remember, soldering irons are hot, and they can get knocked over accidentally, either by yourself, by kids, by a cat, by a dog, someone walking by. You don't want to lose your living space for the $10 that fire extinguisher costs you. The other thing that's all the way in the back here is just a little fan. I got it at Target, and that's to blow the solder fumes out of the way. And when we're cleaning off the tip of the iron, there's a lot of fumes. and you don't want to breathe those in. So I've got the fan going, so if you hear a little background noise in the back, that's what we have over here. So the other thing that's vital too, and you can wear these over your safety glasses, is your optivisor. And even if you have young eyes, it's vital to be able to see when the metal's getting hot, the flux is starting to sizzle, and you need to put solder on, and more importantly, when you need to take the soldering iron off. So that optivisor works. Other things that work great, back over here, I've got this magnifying lamp, and there's actually lighting underneath. This is an antique, found it in the antique store. It's probably 40 years old, but OttLight makes new versions of this with LED lighting. What I like about this is that it can actually extend down close to my workspace, and it still sits up here. So that was a great purchase. So other things that we're gonna need tonight, acid-based flux. We are not soldering the electronics here, so acid-based is a little more aggressive, and we're just making a mechanical connection here. So you can be a little more aggressive with your flux. On the Fast Track site, we sell acid-based flux. It's getting harder and harder to find. I did find that at Lowe's, you can pick up no corrode. It's called no corrode regular paste flux. Lowe's has it, so I picked some of that up just as backup. Another neat little thing I have, if you get too much solder on, and who doesn't do that every once in a while, you can get these on Amazon. They're called Super Wicks, and basically it's just braided copper wire with flux in it, and that can suck up anything if you get a little too much on. So the other thing I want to point out is just the solder that we use, and I'm using a black shirt here for a reason, so that way you can see things, but let me get this up close. You see how tiny that solder is. So you don't want to use solder that's been sitting in your toolbox for the last 30 years that's really thick, because you're going to put too much on. Even if you touch it a little bit, you're going to put too much on. So you want to get really thin solder like what we have here. That helps. Flush cutting nippers or flush cutting pliers helps too. Wire brush, and you can get these at all the big box stores and hardware stores. They're $1 or $2. There's brass ones and there's steel ones. I like steel ones because it's a little more aggressive, and you can get things cleaned up quicker. In terms of placing rail, I like these little tweezers, and I like the ones where, and I'll get this close here, where you can see the end is kind of bent down a little bit. It's just easier to place rail where you need it. The other thing that hopefully everybody has is a Dremel tool with a wire brush. So they make two different kinds of wire brushes. There's a brass brush and there's carbon steel brushes. I prefer the carbon steel because they're a little more aggressive. The brass works, but it's going to take a long time, where the carbon steel works great. And the single best thing I can tell you, if you don't take away anything else from tonight, is this: if you're going to solder track, the rail needs to be clean. So, when you buy rail, it comes in, a pack, and, who knows how long that pack has been sitting around. But what happens with rail is it starts out as a round tube or a square, and it's pulled through a die to get the rail profile. And the lubricant is added, so when it's pulling through the die, it goes a little bit better. But lubricant and soldering is like oil, literally like oil and water. You need to get that lubricant off. And this Dremel tool with the carbon steel brush makes that job quick and easy. You can just go through real quick and hit all the surfaces, and you will absolutely be amazed at how much crud comes off after you do it. And then I'll address, when we get into building, what you do to clean it further before you actually start soldering, and do that. Everything I'm going to do tonight is live. The one thing I'm not going to do is wire wheel this. It's too loud, and that doesn't make for good video. So I wire wheeled it first, but everything else that we're going to do, I'm going to do with you, and I want you to see the process, and I want you to understand the process, and we'll walk you through the process. So moving on, there's basically kind of like 3 different levels of track building, and we try to encourage everyone to jump in and be at whatever level you want to build, and there are tools available for you at each of those levels. If you want hand lay rail and solder it as you go, that's fine. And there's a couple things that you should get. And I'll show you the O-scale version just because it's easier to see. So we make this 3-point, it's called a 3-point track gauge, and it sits on the rail. And I've got some HO scale ones down below. But basically, there's grooves here, and there's a groove up here, and there's a little handle right here. And this profile, I'll put this behind my black shirt so you can see it. So this profile right here is actually the center line. And what's nice about this and how it differs from an NMRA gauge, which you still need anyway for checking flanges and clearances and wheels and coupler heights and all that good stuff, is this can actually sit flat on your track while you build it. So it's a great little tool if you're just going to hand lay. So kind of the next level up from there, and we offer this on the website, you can print out templates and just make sure your printer settings are correct. And if you want to hand lay on top of that and use the track gauges as a guide, hey, that's fantastic. And sometimes when you need something custom, you just, or it's close to something that might be made, you can start with that and then modify it as you go. An example of that, which was on my last video on the Fast Tracks page upstairs in the workshop, I believe volume 5, I built this double crossing, and this is a 45-degree crossing, where I basically built half of it in the fixtures, and then I built the rest of it freehand because I need really tight track spacing for traction layout. So you can kind of take all of these and pull from however you want to do it, and bring it all together to build your own track work. And then kind of the next level after that is using one of our aluminum fixtures to hold everything in place while you build it. And you've probably seen those before. And the level after that, which we just came out with, is we're starting to do crossings with castings and laser cut ties. So I just happen to have a 30-degree, and I'll get this real close to the camera so you can see the detail, 30-degree crossing with castings, and then the rail literally just slides right in. So those will be future videos coming out. So there's different levels of track work that you can get into, and you can do whatever is most comfortable for you. But if you're a model railroader, you're going to need to learn how to solder. You might have to swap out a decoder or solder feeder wires to a track. And the skills I'm going to show you tonight apply to all of those. And really what I'm going to focus on tonight is prep work. Like I said, it's all about cleaning. It's clean, clean, clean. If it's not shiny, don't solder it. Remember that. If it's not shiny, don't solder it. So I look at all this, the track photos online, and I see what people do. And I see these huge solder globs on the PC ties, and you don't need that. So what I'm going to do tonight is show you how to get great results with a regular iron so you don't have these big globs. The other thing to remember is when you have globs of solder, there's a reason for that. When you have globs, that means the solder is not sticking or adhering to the material, probably because it's not clean, because there's a lubricant on it or there's oxidation. So when the materials are clean and the iron's hot and you have the proper flux, the solder basically flows into the joint. It doesn't bubble up on top of the tie. And I see people who literally flood the entire tie with solder, or they pre-tin the ties and they pre-tin the rails. You don't need to do any of that. That's extra work that's not needed. That's only going to make things a little more complicated for you down the road. When you pre-tin, nothing is sitting flat to begin with. And when you solder one thing, that might be flat, but what's sitting next to it is not flat, and that could cause some operational issues down the road. So we're going to cover all of that tonight. So again, I said the iron that I'm using basically, and I'm going to try to do this, so is basically, looks like this. It's adjustable on the front. And the thing I want to show you, because I'm only going to pick this up once, it's just a little hot right now, is when you put the iron back, when you're done using it, you just don't want to stick the iron in like this, because now the tip is up against this wire piece right here, and the wire piece is acting as a heat sink. So when you put your iron back into the stand, you want to make sure it goes in all the way and that the tip is not touching anything while it's sitting in there. That is absolutely important. Otherwise, when you go to solder, your iron won't be as hot as you need it to be, and you're going to have issues. So the other thing that I picked up recently is it's one of these soldering tip cleaners that Weller makes, which looks just like this. It's just a little rubber piece, and these are brass shavings. And this is a great way to keep your tip clean, where you can dip it in the flux, put a little solder on it, and then just kind of jab it in here, and those brass shavings will even out the solder and keep your tip nice and clean. And then they also make replacement brass shavings for this little guy right here. So this is a great little thing, and I'm extremely pleased that I recently picked up one of those, because before I was using this to clean my tip, and you really don't want to introduce a lot of abrasion when you clean your tip. When I was growing up, I used sandpaper, and I come to find out later that sandpaper is probably the worst thing you could do, because you're basically putting grooves into the tip, and those grooves are just another source for more oxidation, which is going to create more tip problems. So one of the things you should consider when you're buying a soldering iron, you can get them on Amazon, we sell them on the Fast Track site, is get a good quality one, and get one that's adjustable. They have digital ones out now that will always maintain the proper temperature. But one of the key things is whatever you buy, you want to make sure that you can get replacement, upside down, you can get replacement tips for it. And if you get a Weller iron, you can get chisel tips, you can get pointed tips, you can get whatever you need depending on what you want to solder. So tonight we're actually going to, and actually you can probably see this here when it's in the package, it's just a really nice sharp pencil tip point, and that's what we're going to use tonight. And that way it allows you to get into some tight spaces, and it still allows you to put the solder where you need to put the solder. So that's just a quick little overview of, you know, kind of the tools that you need, what we're going to do, and let's get started. So I'm going to move the camera and kind of angle it down so you can kind of see what I have going on here on the table, and I'll move that light kind of out of the way a little bit. And when we start soldering, I'll move the camera up even more. So what I like to do, I like to keep my workspace clean, and this is just a scrap piece of MDF. I like using MDF. It's solid, it's a little soft. You can put nails in it if you want to attach something down. When it gets marked up, I take it downstairs and I sand it off, and I get a nice clean surface. But more importantly, it's inexpensive and it's extremely flat. So I like using this for soldering. And then when I do filing or sanding, I have a little board right here that I use to get dirty, and I try to keep this off to the side of my workbench because I want to keep what I'm going to solder as clean as possible. So the other thing that people always ask is, okay, I bought all this stuff, I bought everything, and I'm scared to get started, or I don't know what to do. And so let me just show you a couple things. The easiest thing to do is just start with some scraps. So this is an O scale, so just practice filing some points and practice soldering it on some scrap PC ties. So save all your scraps because you can use that to practice if you want to try a new technique, and it works extremely well. So, you know, just start soldering components of everything just so you can see the difference. Here's an HO scale frog versus an O scale frog. So I kind of keep those just to show people, start with that, and you know, don't try to build a turnout all at one time. Just try to, you know, get your technique down in what you're going to do. So I'm going to move the camera out a little bit, and then I can tilt it down. And the other thing I can do is I can zoom in a little bit. So we're looking at this right here. So here's an example of just some PC ties and some rail that is put down. And here are those track gauges I mentioned before. So if you want to hand lay track, you can just put it down, put some flux down, use these track gauges. I like to use 3 track gauges. And the reason for that is, and I'll tell you, is I like to have one on either side of what I'm going to solder. So if I'm going to solder this tie, I want to have one on one side, one on the other side. And you notice I have them alternated where it's a 3-point track gauge. One side has one is touching the rail once here and twice here. And on this side, it's alternated. So I've got 3 points of contact on each side. And then if I'm moving in this direction down here, I like to have, you know, one down here, just kind of keeping everything in place as we go. So then you can just hit it with some flux and solder it up. So let's move this out of the way, since we will not do that. Okay, so now what we're going to do, and I'm going to do everything on camera here for you. So let me just make sure I get everything in the frame. So this is our turnout fixture that we have, and this is an HO scale number 6. And before I even start, I want to clean my fixture. And you can just take, you know, this brush and, you know, just go through here and make sure that any little bits are out of the way. And then I'll go through and I'll start cutting all of my rail that I need for what I'm going to start to solder. And when you put rail in here, you just want to take your tweezers and just kind of move it back and forth a little bit and make sure that nothing is binding. So when you use these flush cutting nippers, even though they're flush cutting, they can sometimes leave a little burr. And you just want to check all your rail, and then once you're putting in the other pieces, I just want to see how I did it. So I'm actually going to flip this around and show you this, since I already bent that. So the other thing that's vital when you're soldering is you don't want any tension on the rail. This is why I use tweezers, to make sure that everything is in there. And I'm moving it back and forth so you can see that nothing is binding. So you want to make sure there's no pressure on the rail at all. And the way to do that, when you bend the rail, you always want to bend it flat. And you just want to put the rail next to the groove of where you're going to solder. And you can see that what I'm putting in here matches, and there's no tension. You don't want anything to have tension when you're soldering. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put the ties in, and we're going to solder these 2 pieces of rail in place. So the thing that I want to stress is that when you're soldering, I did this, you want to practice your solder joints. So I did this little guy earlier, and then I twisted it and I tried to break it. And you want to obviously let this cool, but the thing I want to show you when you break it is, I'll get this right here, is you can see that the foil from the PC tie right here is actually still attached to the rail. So these PC ties are just fiberboard with a very thin piece of copper on top. So before you even start, you want to check your joints to make sure that what you're doing is actually adhering. So practice on some scraps, and then try to twist everything apart and break it, and make sure that the copper PC tie comes off like what I'm showing you here. And then on this piece as well too, you can see how right here that copper piece is still attached to the rail. So that way you know that what you are doing is working. So I have a couple pieces of rail already done. So what we're going to do is we're going to sand these ties, and then we're going to sand the rail as well too. So the thing when you're soldering, your enemy is oxidation. So even though this copper might be new, you want to actually kind of rough it up a little bit. And I like using 400 grit because it etches the surface, and that gives the solder more bite to adhere when you're creating that joint. Actually, this will go right here. So we're just going to go right down, and we're going to sand all of these ties. And you might not see people doing that, but this is one of the best things you can do and get that oxidation off. So I save this step until last, until I am ready to solder. And because you're going to touch it, you're going to move things around a little bit, and otherwise you're going to end up having to sand things twice. So I want you to see just that quick little process, and I'm just going to sand the rest of them, and then we'll place them all in the fixture at the same time. So it's absolutely vital. So if you don't think the metal that you're trying to solder, if you think it's clean, hit it with some sandpaper, and I think you will be shocked on how much comes off. So even if you clean all this off, and then you take a little break and eat some lunch, and you want to come back and start soldering, I would recommend sanding it again. So I save this step until we are ready to go. Doesn't take much. You just want to get all that surface oxidation off. The misnomer that people have is that, you know, flux will clean everything off. Yes, flux will help clean it, but it won't get everything. And a good analogy is, you know, when your car is filthy from snow and salt from wintertime, if you took your hose and just rinsed it off, you would get some of it off, but you wouldn't get all of it off until you actually take it to the car wash and it gets scrubbed. And these ties are kind of the same way, where the flux just takes the very top layer of oxidation off, and you want to be a little more aggressive. And the other thing it does is it etches the tie, and that will give you a much stronger solder joint. So I'm just going to put these ties in, and then we'll talk about flux, and then we'll talk about the tip of the iron, which is also vital as well too. So I'm just going to drop those in, and those are ready to go. So the other thing that you want to do with your rail, and I told you I already wire wheeled it. So what you want to do is give the bottom of the rail a quick hit with the sandpaper. That gets the oxidation off that you didn't get with the wire wheel. It etches the bottom a little bit, adds some little microscopic grooves to it, and it's a vital step. And if you do all of these things, kind of like painting an old house, the prep work takes a little bit longer. And if you do your prep work properly, you can get through and, you know, either paint or solder, and that will go so much smoother. So that's looking really nice. And then what I do too is I like to put the sandpaper around the base of the rail and give the base of the rail a quick swipe, because I want the solder and the flux to stick to the side of the base of the rail, and that will give you a really nice strong solder joint. So now we're done doing the dirty work. So we can put that aside and continue with our project. So now that everything is nice and clean, I'm just going to take the paste flux right here, and I'm just going to put it on the ties where I know the rail is going to go. And this little tie decided to jump out, so we're going to put that in. That's why you wear gloves. So when you need to touch something after it's clean, you'll be fine. So I'll just hold my fingers back down a little bit. So a lot of people think more solder is better, but actually less solder is better. You want more heat and less solder. So we're just going to go real quick and put the flux down right here. This is acid-based flux, and we'll just get these last two. And that's looking really good. So we're going to put the outside rail on, get that in place, and then we can just drop this rail in place. I'm not going to show you how to do an entire turnout tonight. There are already tons of videos on that. I just want to stress what you need to do for proper soldering. So when we get at that point, if you have our point forms, or the other tool that I really like are machinist 1, 2, 3 blocks, where they're 1 inch this way, 2 inches that way, 3 inches this way. These things weigh a couple pounds, and you can just drop those right in place. So you can add weight that way, because when you're soldering, you don't want things to move. So now what I'm going to do is just get my finger out of the way, is apply some flux to the base of the rail along the PC tie right here. I just want to make sure that everything that I'm going to do is hit with some flux so things flow. So while you're doing this, you also have to think about the order that you're going to solder things in place. And you don't want solder to go in places where it shouldn't go, because that could possibly make the next step a little harder. So like right in here, guardrails are going to go in here. So I have to be very careful not to get any solder on the inside of the rails when we do this. So I'm almost done, just hitting everything with some paste flux. It's looking really good. Okay, so now we're going to talk about soldering tips. So here is, make sure I get this in the frame. Here's my soldering tip, and it's been sitting on for 40 minutes now, and you can see that it's not shiny at all. So how do you get it shiny? So basically, I'll try to do this in the frame here. I'm just going to take it, and this is why you need the fan to blow all those fumes away. So I'm going to take it and then dip it in there, and then I'm going to just kind of jab it in here. And I had this really nice and shiny before we started, and you can see it's better, but it should really be shinier. So it's going to go back in the flux, and then now I'm just going to take a little bit of solder. I'm not putting a lot of solder on, and now I can take it and I can kind of jab it in here, and look at how nice and shiny that is. Makes a big difference. So the thing that you have to remember when you're soldering is, where you can, you want the material to do the melting, not the soldering iron to do the melting. Because if the material gets up to temperature and melts the solder, then you're going to have a really good joint. So let's just take this one right here. It's in the middle of the frame, and there's no rail near here, so I have a little more flexibility on where to put the iron. So what I'm going to do, clean my tip off once more, is I'm going to put the tip on the inside of the rail, let it heat up, and then I'm going to apply the solder. So when I apply solder, I like to hold the solder kind of like this. Let me get my hand down here so you can I'm trying to do this so you can see it. So I try to hold it like that. So then when I go ahead and touch the iron to the rail, since this is the first one we're doing, the rail is cold. So this is going to take a little while to heat up a little bit. I have my iron turned up all the way. It says I have a 300-watt iron, but we haven't soldered anything yet. Once you start soldering the rail, it's going to heat up quickly because the rail is already warm. So this is where your optivisor comes in, and I'm going to put this on real quick just so I can make sure that I'm seeing things. And all I'm doing is touching the solder a little bit on the iron, and then a little bit on the base of the rail, and it will actually flow to the other side. And then on the other side, all I'm going to do is just touch it a little bit. Still not warmed up all the way, so let's give it some help with the iron. And it's now looking a whole lot better. And I'm just going to touch that side just a little bit. So here's an important part. You want weight to hold things down when you take the iron off, because what can happen is when you lift up the iron will actually pull up the rail a little bit. And when there's movement, when you are finishing the soldering joint, it will create what's called a cold solder joint. And you can tell it's a cold solder joint because, get this in the light a little bit, you can tell it's a cold solder joint because it's cloudy. You want your joints to be nice and shiny. And since this is the second one, I can already tell. Actually, let me just clean off my iron a little bit so it's nice and shiny. And since this is the second one, the rail's already heated up a little bit. And you can kind of see what I'm doing here. Just hold that, and then we're just going to just literally touch it a little bit, and I can see that it flowed underneath the rail and is coming out the other side. So while the iron is here, I just want to touch the outside a little bit just to put a little more solder on it, and that's looking pretty good. So we're going to move down to the next one on the end here, and that's it. You know, there's no big secret to soldering. The key is everything needs to be clean, it needs to be shiny, you need to have good heat, and a little bit of patience works well. Like this is the third joint, and that one, now that the rail is heated up a little bit more, it's looking pretty good. So if you've seen any of the other Fast Tracks videos and you see Tim solder, he'll hold the iron down on the tie, add a little bit of solder, and then move the base of the rail, or I'm sorry, move the iron up to the base of the rail to heat up the rail to get it up to temperature. And then you just want to hold some weight there and then pull the iron up just like that. So now we're going to go down and finish these. Make sure I get that in the frame, just like what we're doing here. And let's clean off my tip. So when I clean off my tip, I dip it in the flux, and then I dip it in that soldering ball cleaner that I have. So we're just going to hold the iron here, let the joint heat up. And because a guardrail is going here, I need to be extremely careful. Actually, I'm going to come in on this side because I don't want to get solder where the guardrail is. So I'm just going to kind of touch the base of the rail and then hold the iron on the web of the rail, and I can see that it flowed underneath the joint. Hold it there for a second, and if you need to, you can use the bottom of your solder and hold that and then pull off the iron. The joint is nice and shiny, and I'm really pleased with that one. And then we're going to do the same thing here. So I'm going to put it on the base of the rail just to get the rails heated up a little bit. I'm going to move it down to the tie in the base of the rail, and I'm just literally touching a little bit of solder just like that. Move the iron up, and I want the rail to heat up and form a nice bond with the tie, and that's looking good. So I'll use my solder, hold that down, lift it up, and we're good. And you can kind of see how fast we're going here. And we're going fast because everything is clean. And when everything is clean, it makes all the difference in the world. So we're just going to let this joint heat up a little bit. That's why I like to clean next to what I'm doing to keep all of those shavings and filings and everything else away from where we're actually going to solder. So I'm just going to drop a little bit of solder onto there, bring the iron up to the base of the rail, and get that nice. Let's just clean that up a little bit. And there we go. So we're going to do this last one and make sure I get this in the frame. Dip the iron in the flux. So this is what I'm doing. I'm dipping the iron in here. And let's get this lit up. Not lit up, but heated up. So we're just going to add a tiny little bit of solder to what we're doing. Bring the iron up on the base of the rail, and we'll finish heating that up. And then I'm just going to use the bottom of my solder to hold it, and there we go. So let's say you did all of that and you needed to leave and get some lunch or take the kids somewhere, and you need to come back and finish it, and it's already in the fixture. It started to get oxidized a little bit. What you can do is you can pull it out, use the wire brush, and put it back. So we've got a few minutes more to go before we'll start taking some questions, and let's do this side real quick. So we're going to make sure that I pop the rail out, get the rail back in place, put a little bit of weight on it, and because I moved the rail, I just want to double check, make sure that I have flux where you need it. It's a little extra step, but you're better off doing it. So now I'll just clean my tip, put it in the flux, jab it in the brass shavings, and we'll just start down on this end. And this rail is cold, so we need to let this heat up a little bit. And I can already start to see the flux sizzle. So this is going to take a little longer because this rail is cold. So we're just going to keep the iron on here for a little bit. I'm going to move it down to the base so it's touching both, and the solder can flow in real nice. Now I'm moving the iron back up to the base of the rail, and then that looks good. And then just pull the iron up. That's it. If you do all your prep work right and everything is clean, what you do will go extremely well. And we'll get this done really quick. There's no big solder globs. Everything is shiny. The solder is flowing underneath the joint, and I can see a little bit. So now we have a joint where there's going to be a guardrail, so I need to be extra careful not to get any solder on that other side. So I'm just going to add some solder, and we're just going to go right down the line. So I was recording, I'm also on a Modeler's Life podcast, and I was recording one with Lionel Strang last night and told him about the clinic, and he asked about FlexTrack and said, what do you do to keep the heat from melting the ties on the FlexTrack? And I said, you can take an old washcloth or a shop towel, and you can dip it in water, wring it out, and then just lay that next to whatever you're going to do, and that'll act as a heat sink. So if you haven't listened to a Modeler's Life podcast, I'd highly recommend it. And you can hear me on that podcast as well. And you get one a week, and for $5 a month on the Patreon side, you can get an extra podcast each week. So it's a great place to hear what's going on in the industry, and we have a whole lot of fun. The other place that you can go to see some great track work, I'm also an admin on the Track Modeling and Detailing Facebook page, and that's a great resource. And if you're a newbie, there are a lot of people there who, you know, have done what you want to do, and you can ask questions, and it's a very supportive group. And if you do want to join, there are a couple membership questions. They're super easy. And if you don't know the answer, I would suggest that you Google it, because if you don't answer it, we aren't going to let you in. Just our way of keeping out all the spam, and that has worked well. So we're almost done. Looking at the time here, just dropping a little bit of solder on, moving the iron up to the base of the rail, and that's looking good. And we're on the last one right here, just holding it in place and just adding a little touch. Move the iron back up to the base of the rail, make sure that it's heating everything up properly. And then before I pull it off, we're done. So when you're done soldering, you always want to leave your tip in good condition. So you put it in the paste flux, you add some solder to it, and then use the brass shavings and jab it in. And your tip is nice. It's in the frame here. Your tip is nice and clean. So the next time you use it, you just have to do some minor cleaning with the flux, and you're ready to go. So we just soldered up this piece right here, and I'll just kind of hold it up, and you can see right in here how nice and clean that is. And we'll just go down the line here and see, just show you how nice and clean all of that is. So that's it. There's no great mystery to soldering. You just have to clean, clean, clean. And if you don't think it's clean enough, clean it again. And there we go. Thanks for tuning in, and I'm happy to answer questions, Speed, or Martin, whoever is doing that.
Okay, so that was another brilliant clinic by Kevin from Kev's Cool Tools. I notice every time he comes on, he has something new or another little tip or trick to use. So one of the things, I'll start the questions off. I've got a fast track jig and been making, or fixture, I should call them, not a jig. Otherwise people get upset. When I probably use too much flux, and I get a build up of flux underneath in all the grooves for the track work. What's the best way of cleaning the fixtures?
That is an excellent question, and you should always clean the fixture every time you use it. So what I'll first do is I'll take the wire brush, and I'll just go and I'll clean all the bits out of it. and then I'll take it down. I'm upstairs in my workshop. I'll take it downstairs to the kitchen, and I'll rinse it off with some Dawn dish soap, and that helps get rid of the flux that's built up there. And just take a paper towel and pat it dry, and you'll be good to go for the next one.
Cool. So just some warm water and dishwashing detergent.
Correct. Yeah, and use the wire brush to get little bits. Get these little bits that may be stuck in the grooves. But every time you start a new project, you want to make sure your work surface on your fixture or on your workbench is clean, and you're less likely to have issues when you have a clean surface.
Cool. Well, we've got a few questions in the chat here, so we'll go over and have a little look.
All right.
Let's have a little peruse down here. Someone's asking, where can I buy lead-free solder? Do you use lead-free or do you use leaded solder?
What we sell on the Fast Track site is 60/40, and that seems to work great for soldering track. Remember, we aren't soldering electronics here. We're soldering track work, and we found 60/40 works best.
Okay, and if you're in an area where you can no longer get lead-based solder, have you ever tried using lead-free solder?
I have not, so I can't offer any suggestions that way. But I can tell you that it's worth experimenting. Make sure everything is clean, and use some sandpaper to etch it up, and then play with the heat. The heat on your soldering iron, and you don't want to burn the ties. Too much heat can actually burn the tie and pull the copper off. And do what I did at the beginning, where I just showed you, just experiment on some scraps, and you'll find the right combination to see what works for you.
Cool, because I know in the electronics industry that lead-free solder can be a real pain to use. There's a query here from someone we probably know from a model's life itself. Wants to know, who does your hair?
I have the best guy in town who does the best fade cut that I've ever had. So come for a visit, and I'll make sure you get a good meal, and we'll make sure you get a good haircut too.
Okay, Dan was saying, Dan Cohen was saying that 30-year-old solder is not good even then, and he's got experience of it. But Andy Ambrose seems to like the smell of 30-year-old solder. So
I actually like the smell too, because I did a lot of soldering since I think I was maybe 11 or 12 when I started, and my dad wouldn't let me touch anything good until I could prove to him that I could make good solder joints. And he made me solder 10 joints in a row, and I had to do each one perfectly before he would let me touch anything else. So once I could prove to him that I could do it, and I had to practice to do it, but once I proved myself, he says, okay, now you can start working on other things. So every time I smell that flux, it always brings me back to my younger days when I learned how to solder.
Oh dear. Mark's got a question here regarding, I think it was when you were doing the sanding of the ties, and he was saying, can you do several at once, or do you only do them basically as you need them in the fixture?
I only sand as I need them, and you can obviously put a bunch of ties together and sand them all at the same time. That's fine, but I would recommend only sanding them literally right before you put them in and solder them.
Okay, and Dan's got a question here regarding the technique that you showed tonight on soldering, and I know you do brass traction, so you do soldering in other areas as well as track making, and he wants to know, is your techniques any different for soldering other things?
For a resistance iron, the technique is a little different. Cleaning is the same. Regardless of what you do, cleaning is the same. You want to make sure everything is absolutely clean, and it can't be clean enough. So you always clean, clean, clean. And if you want to see the technique for resistance iron, you can go to the Fast Tracks YouTube page. And if you click on playlists, I have my own playlist for a series called Upstairs in the Workshop. And I do some demos with my resistance iron. I want to say volume 1 is soldering with the resistance unit. So you can kind of see what happens there. My resistance soldering unit gets the rail up to temperature extremely fast, much faster than this Weller iron. And for soldering code 125 and O scale, it's vital. I couldn't do what I do with just a 40-watt iron.
Cool. Andy had a comment there. It's a great clinic, John is mentioning, and he was looking at your Weller cleaning block, and he wants to know where you get them from. So where do you get those from in the US?
So I just ordered these on Amazon, and the product name is Weller Soldering Tip Cleaner and Holder.
Yep.
And it's a fairly common item. So if you type those words in, Weller Soldering Tip Cleaner and Holder, I'm sure you will find this. And when you buy one, it's just a few dollars. Like I showed in the beginning, buy the replacement pack as well. That's one less thing you have to worry about down the road.
Cool. For those guys in Australia, if you go to Jaycar actually have the same thing, but under their own brand. So there's obviously I'd say a guy in Southeast Asia, it's pumping those out and printing different names on the boxes as they come out the door. But I can attest they work really, really well. I've got 2 of them in the shed here because I keep losing one. So I thought I'd buy 2. Now I've got 2 to lose. So,
nice.
Split Rock 323 was. How do you wash or clean your track work or your switches after you've done the build? So I guess it's cleaning the flux and stuff off after you've finished.
Yeah. So when you're using acid-based flux, in the big scheme of things, it's still pretty mild, but you still want to clean it off completely because it can corrode over time, especially if you're in a more humid environment. So when you're done with everything, the first thing you want to do is use the wire brush and, just go through and clean everything off as best as you can. And then I save all my old toothbrushes and I'll do the exact same thing with Dawn dish soap and, scrub it with Dawn dish soap, rinse it off, and then just pat it dry with a paper towel and you'll be fine.
Brilliant. What do we got here? There's a lot of comments saying, well done, Kevin, and thank you, and brilliant clinic.
Thank you.
Ted was asking, who makes the 3-point track gauges you used? He missed that part. I'd give Ted one guess who makes them.
Obviously, Fast Tracks makes them, and these are manufactured in-house, and they are great little tools. As I mentioned, you can lay them on the track while you solder and you can just slide them down as you go. One thing that I actually use these for is after I'm done soldering, and if you have Flex Track or any other commercial track, these are extremely precise. There's a little bit of variance in there for going around curves, but they're well within the NMRA standard. What I like to do is just put this on Flex Track or any other track that you have on your layout and just run them along the rail, and you'll be able to see where you might have where it's a little loose or it's a little bit tight. If it's a little tight, you can just take a little file like this and you can just file a little bit off. And if the gauge is a little loose, well, then you're going to have to pull that back in. And that method could vary, excuse me, depending on what kind of track it is. But just go to Fast Tracks and click on Trifecta 3-point track gauges. Choose your scale, and then choose the size of your rail. I would recommend buying 3 of them.
Excellent. Do they come singly or do they come in a pack? Or
they come singly, and you can buy as many as you need.
Yep.
And just pick up 3. You'll be glad you did.
Cool. Another question that came in here from Don. He wanted to know the thickness of the solder you're using.
Oh, the thickness. I don't have the exact measurement right here, but I'll hold it up. You can see just how thin it is. And let me give you something for scale, just so you can see. So here's code 83, and I'll do this over my black shirt. Here's code 83, and it's very, very thin. So you just want to use, I'm a big fan of using this really small solder. Put my glove behind it so you can see it. I don't have the thickness in front of me, but just try to use the thinnest solder that you can get, and you'll be in good shape.
Cool. I'll just have a quick look over on Facebook on my phone, because I've got YouTube running on the PC, and I must apologise to everyone. My video, I think, is getting poor quality for some reason. No one's wound the internet up in Brisbane today, so we're going. So someone asked about the track gauges here, and we've answered that.
Yep.
There's a comment here from Richard. He wants to know, can you use liquid flux?
You can, and I've tried that, and I'm not a fan. I like using the acid-base paste flux. It's a little more aggressive than the liquid flux, and the other thing too is it stays where you put it, and you don't have to worry about it running in places where the flux shouldn't go, especially around the frog and the guardrails.
Okay, liquid flux, great work. Tips for buying your first iron from Alexander.
Okay. Well, there are a lot of great irons, and Weller makes one that's around $100 that is, very similar to what I showed you here, but it just has a digital readout, and there's a little more electronic circuitry in it to make sure that the tip maintains the proper temperature to whatever you set. So I would look for a digital readout, but even more important than a digital readout is you want to buy an iron where you know that you can get replacement tips easily. You don't want to spend $100 or $200 or $300 on an iron, or even $20 on an iron, and not realize that you can't get replacement tips. Because you'll need different tips for different applications.
Cool. And Patrick wanted to know, the wire brush is also available from the Fast Tracks website.
It is. And where did mine go? And you can also buy these at Home Depot too. So if you're in a pinch, you can just run to Home Depot and pick these up. They're in the soldering and welding section in the tool area. Okay,
and don't mix those up for your toothbrush by the looks of it.
No, very bad.
Liquid flux. So Alexander was making a comment here that said, looks like a little solder goes a long way.
Oh, it definitely does. And what you saw tonight, I barely touched the joint with some solder. And the thing to remember is when you have a good clean joint with flux, the joint will suck up as much solder that you will put onto it. So a lot of people think because the joint is still accepting solder that it needs solder. That's actually incorrect. You just want to make sure that there's enough solder on it to cover the joint and then stop applying solder to it. So a little bit does go a very, very long way.
And Alexander was also asking earlier on, does the template act as a guide for shaping the rail as well, or just for holding it in place while you solder?
It's really, well, you can use it as a template. And let me just grab a piece of, here's the rail, here's the template. And what you want to do is, if you know you need to bend this piece of rail to that curve on the turnout, you can use the template as a guide, but don't use this fixture for bending the rail. And then, like I showed in the demo earlier, when the rail is bent, you want it to sit, and I'm trying to do this with unbent rail here. So you want the rail to sit flat in the fixture just like this. You shouldn't have any tension on the rail while you're trying to solder, because eventually that joint could pop, or that could be a weak joint. And if there's any expansion in your bench work, it will find the weakest link, and it could be that joint. So the rail is straight now. So when you're done bending it, you want to make sure that it matches the profile of whatever angle that you need for that fixture.
And the last question we got here was from Mark, and I think he's talking about, he said, would the stainless steel brushes work well with the cleaning? So I guess maybe like the scouring pads that you get at the supermarket, the wire wool, whether that would work as well.
I think the stainless steel works best out of everything. The other thing you have to remember is you can buy these in brass as well too. You can buy them in brass and you can buy them in stainless steel. I have both, and if I need to just touch something up lightly before I paint, I'll use the brass one because I don't want it to be aggressive. But when I'm cleaning track work for the first time, or I'm trying to get bits out of the fixture, I prefer the stainless steel one. And the way you can tell it is the stainless steel one is silver, and the brass one obviously is a more yellowish color.
Great. Well, looking at the time, we've gone over the mark here. I think we've gone through most of the questions that were on the chat. There was a lot of thank yous and congratulations with your clinic. I think it was very, very well received. So thank you again, Kevin, and we shall move on to our next presenter. And we'll no doubt see you again with Kev's cool tools.
Oh,
no
doubt. All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
And maybe we can do one on the resistance iron at sometimes on NMRAx.
Oh, absolutely.
Not a problem. Well, I'll hand it back over to, I think Brad's going to take us out to a commercial break, and we'll get Jerry ready for the next clinic, and we'll move on. So thanks again, Kevin.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Okay, we're back here. We've changed the setup a little bit. Apparently, my upload speed has dropped down to virtually dial-up, and that's why my video was going haywire in the last clip. So we've shut all the fancy stuff down and gone back to bare bones. We've got Jerry Hopkins here with another Australian layout tour, our intrepid Australian videographer of everything model railway. And I believe he's got a couple of surprises here for us in this one coming up. Any notable mentions there, Jerry?
Yes, the third video that you'll see, or the third layout, Smuggler's Cove. For the Americans, they can now go to Sacramento and see it at the museum there. It's on display down there.
Oh, beautiful. So the California State Rail Museum in Sacramento.
Yeah, that's it.
Is Smuggler's Cove. So when you see that layout, that was built by Jeff Knott, if I believe correctly, and a couple of others.
Yeah, that's right. Jeff Knott and Michael Flack were the two major builders. Unfortunately, Jeff Knott is no longer with us, but you know, his modeling is.
It is, and now it's over in the States. I believe he's got two layouts over in the States that are on display.
Yeah, I've got video of the other one, but it's not clear. We might put that up next time.
Not a problem. Well, look, we'll jump straight over to the video, and then we'll come back later and see what questions people have got and take it from there. So, Brad, if you can fire up the 16 mil Bell and Howell, and we'll run the film.
triggers. Yeah. So when it's like that, the light goes off, and when that breaks the beam, the light comes off. Yeah. So we know what's what. Yeah.
Jerry can. I'll take a photo because Jerry can. Can Jerry see it?
Yeah, I can see. Oh, Blue Pullman! Wow,
Nice.
I remember those.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Cardiff,
Ah.
God's Wonderful Railway.
Indeed. thought I saw the points round the wrong way.
I will.
Okay, so Jerry, another fantastic layout tour there. Brought back some memories of seeing Gavin's layout there at the end. Gavin Hinds from Narrow Gauge Down Under magazine fame. So for all the narrow gauges out there in America, if they look up Narrow Gauge Down Under magazine, that's produced by Gavin, who did that last layout. But yeah, that layout number 2 of Jeff Knott's was really something. But anyway, let's have a little look and see what questions we got here. There's a lot of, not so many questions, but lots of comments about good lighting and depth of the background and what a gorgeous layout. And someone's jealous of the space on layout number 2 and love the background buildings. Look weathered. They look weathered.
Yep, the Pommy one.
Yep. And there's another one that says, wow, that's modeling, incredible detail. Andy's put a comment in here. From the layouts I've seen on here in Australia, they have some high standards. Yeah, especially when it comes to the narrow gauge guys, they really push the envelope. But
yeah, definitely.
As Brad was saying during the break, they're not all like him and I doing plywood Pacifics at the moment. But we'll get there. We'll get there in the end. We don't have to build it this week. So let me have a look on the Facebook feed. Was there any questions on there? Few people watching, but not so many questions on there. But I think you've got them all gobsmacked with the videos that we put on, and of course we can see your layout in the background there, Jerry.
Oh yeah, we had an operating session here on Friday night, so.
Well, we'll have to get one of these operating sessions running live during an NMRAx event.
We can do that. All I've got to do is find enough drivers who can actually tell what a red and a green signal mean.
Well, they all colorblind, are
they? You'd think so.
Well, thanks again, Jerry, for a great video. And I think we'll, what is it? It's 1:10 here now in Australia. So it'll be 10 past some hour in America somewhere. So we might look at wrapping this up. What do you reckon, Brad?
1:10. It's 2:10 here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Martin, the real people are, it's actually 2:10. It's only you crazy folk up there that are scared of your curtains fading.
We can't have daylight saving in Queensland because the chooks won't lay their eggs on time and the curtains are going to fade. So
and you can't get your milk on time for your coffee. Yes, we know.
That's right. Yeah, and then every time someone changes a time like that, I mean, they did it in New York this time, and I was an hour late getting to the half an hour late getting to the midday show. But anyway, we shall move on. I'll have a little look here. I think we've got a couple of housekeeping chores to look at. Let everyone know that we've got NERX, which will be back on the 10th and the 11th of April. And I think John's lurking in the background there. He might even give us a few comments on what's happening with NERX. Is he there? Oh, here he comes. He had to get his bow tie back on. Oh, no, there's no bow tie. We've caught him in his casual wear.
It's late here. I got my jammies on. We have a great program coming up on NERX. Everybody's been working hard, so we'll look forward to seeing everybody there.
Cool.
I've got to contact your young lady that did the contest on the last one you did.
Probably Kaylee Zing, huh?
Yeah. I'll need to ask her some questions. Would that be okay, do you think?
Well, I don't know.
Chairman. I'm the contest chairman down here, so.
What language will you be asking her in?
The same as Martin in Welsh.
We'll just have to make sure we have the right international people there.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. There's a train coming through.
And coming up on the 24th of April, we'll have April NMRAX, and I believe Speed's got a stellar cast already lined up, or just about lined up for that event.
Indeed.
And have you got any highlights from that, or any special clinics to look forward to?
Let me take a quick look.
As he frantically
I'm
looks.
having a quick look through already. I'm on top of it, Speed. I see we're going to have some MQ train stuff in there towards the end. I see there's possibly going to be some proto throttle stuff maybe as well.
Nice.
And I see we've also got a real young fella in the hobby. He's a bit of a YouTuber, and he's also going to be doing a clinic early on. So it'd be interesting.
With quick interiors and co-loads.
Oh. The interiors sound good. Anyway, the next, and then the other thing I got to mention was Silicon Valley Lines are going to have an open house on the 17th of April. So if you want to drive a train remotely from anywhere in the world, dial into Silicon Valley Lines, fill out the paperwork, and go and enjoy yourself. I know Andy has embraced that technology, sitting in the UK driving trains in America. I guess when he derails them, he doesn't have to put them back on the track again afterwards. So that works out well. And our old friends over at Model Railroading Live, don't forget them. They're going to have a few shows coming up. There'll be another Big Bill's Talking and a Johnny's Train Talk show. So head over to MRL. But I think that's about all the things we've got to chat about, isn't it?
Well, I'll say goodbye and let you carry on and have a chat.
Not a problem, Jerry. Thanks again.
Perfect. So we finished, Martin? That's it?
Oh, I think we are.
You finished rabbling on? So
Well, I could rabble on for how long would you like me to rabble on?
Well, preferably only a minute or two, because I'm ready for lunch here.
You're ready for lunch. Well, I'm finished rabbling on, and I'll catch you all later.
Perfect. See you later.
See you guys.